It doesn't really matter. In social distancing, I keep Aaron, Mario, and on the same screen. I'll show you what it looks like right now. I would have said this for a while. So that's something yes, sir.
This guy.
I can put all that on the floor.
That was a big thing.
Oh, yes, that's true. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bigger than you want to be, I'm sure.
It makes a lot of sense. It's all good. You know, I can just say it's like whatever. But at least it
Yes.
Yeah. Well, they get first time I got these. Good afternoon, and hello to our people online, live streamed up.
Live streams up.
Awesome. Welcome to Libertarian National Committee. My name is Joe Bishop, and I have the honor. The sound in here is terrible, and especially for people listening, so we're gonna have people bringing mics around, so we should kind of read it on. I have the privilege of serving as the 20th chair of the Libertarian National Committee, and joining me on our socially distanced dais here is our Vice Chair, Ken Woolman, our Treasurer, Tim Hagan, our Secretary, Karen Ann Harless, and 13 additional voting members and 8 alternates for a total of 25 of us. We'll start with an opportunity for public comment. Any member of the gallery wishes to address the committee. Yes, sir. You want to wait for the microphone and then give your name and state it.
Hello, everybody. My name is Justin Jelinek. I'm a member of the executive committee for the Libertarian Party of Minnesota, and I just wanted to say thank you very much for what you're doing here. I am also a resident of Brooksville, Minnesota, and I appreciate the work you guys all did on the founder campaign last night. I unfortunately was not able to make it out to join you. Today's my daughter's 2nd birthday, so we've got in-laws already. But I just want to make sure to say thank you guys for all your hard work, and I'll continue to be working on the founder campaign as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Last chance till tomorrow afternoon? No.
Usually not that shy.
Going once, going twice? I'm closing public comment. Thank you. Thank you to all of our members of the gallery who are even less than the LNC to be here. Next item will be the attendance roll call. Madam Secretary, if you're ready.
That was locked in. Give me just 1 second. Yeah, I'm logging in. Oh, here we go. Okay, Mr. Bishop Frenchman.
Here.
Mr. Bowman.
Here.
Mr. Hagan.
Here.
I'm here, Ms. Epke.
Here.
Mr. Longstreth. Okay. Mr. Ratzett.
Here.
Ms. Sarwar. Here. Mr. Smith.
Here.
Ms. Billieu. Here. Mr. Coburn.
Here.
Mr. Hewitt.
Here.
Ms. Hogarth. Here. Mr. Nana.
Here.
Mr. Nikela.
Here.
Mr. Phillips.
Here.
From what I understand, Mr. Wentz will be absent. Ms. Adams.
Here.
And Mr. Bowen has said he'd be absent. Mr. Buckman.
Present.
Mr. Piero.
Present.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
Mr. Puccini.
Here.
Mr. Sexton.
Here.
Mr. Valente.
Here.
And that is everyone. We have Mr. Longstreth who stepped out of the hall. Mr. Wentz is absent, not absent. Well, I don't know. And Mr. Bowen is absent. And the staff who are here, Mr. Fishman is.
Myself, Deputy Director of Development, Art Cisco, Campaigns Coordinator, Apollo Frizzell, Candidate Recruitment Specialist, Derek Schultz. Have I forgotten any others down?
We got some people virtually.
Yeah, we have some people virtually and Andy Burns is here.
I just like to have it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Wentz, by email, has asked for a ruling, which I'm going to issue. He asks whether his absence triggers the provision of Article 7, Section 6, which reads that a national committee member who fails to attend 2 consecutive regular sessions is vacated their post. My ruling is it has not been triggered, that this is our first regular meeting and that our electronic meetings are special meetings. So therefore, that provision does not apply to his situation and he remains the regional 1 representative. Does anyone wish to object to that? Next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. I distributed a draft proposed agenda and welcome suggestions or changes to it.
I believe I emailed about the calculation of the convention voting process.
Yes. The secretary requested that that be added to the agenda. I had not added to the agenda because we've only gotten 20 applicants so far, and it's my understanding, I don't think you guys even got the application materials until sometime overnight. So my preference is that we defer that to our next electronic meeting, but of course it's up to the committee to decide that. I actually do have one item before we get to that. Madam Secretary.
I would concur, and since I was the one who I requested to add, and I will get with Mr. Fishman to send out another solicitation.
That'd be great, thank you. And let your friends know, we're probably in this committee. Mr. Redpath, who is the chair of our access committee, is available until 11 a.m. this morning Eastern, Central, excuse me, but not after that. So I would request that we put his report after the secretary's report and before the executive director's report. So I'll move that. No objection. Any objection? Mr. Dustin.
So I just want to make sure you're aware.
I just, on the agenda, you have the CRM presentation for tomorrow, and I just want to make sure you're aware that Andy Burns is not available tomorrow. It's a family obligation. It's not, it's up to you. Yeah, if you want him here for that.
You want to do it right after Melanie?
Whenever. I'm easy. So I am moving to have the CRM presentation immediately after the ballot access committee.
Is there any?
Once around the agenda changes, Mr. Griffin.
I just want to notify the staff who are online that as we move back, you guys need to walk away for 15 minutes or 20 minutes. We anticipate moving back that much.
Yeah. So, yeah, what Mr. Christian said, when we were not using microphone, was that, we'll move everything else back a little bit as we add to the agenda. Other, none? All right, is that it?
I think we put out the agenda as,
Is that used to adopt the agenda at the moment? Is there a second? Second by Mr. Phillips. Is there any objection? Seeing none, it is adopted. Next item is reports of potential conflicts of interest. Ms. Rollins.
Okay, I had put that in the OneNote and updated it with everything that was told to me. So if there was any further, if you could just take a look at it in the OneNote and let me know.
Any questions on that? Seeing none, we'll zoom on. Next is me. Oh, and housekeeping, there is a Wi-Fi password on the screen.
Move that out of there, Joe.
Is there a?
Yes.
Start with the good news. I always love good news. We're in the black to the tune of about $108,000, which if you were here last term or were watching last term is pretty incredible accomplishment. And yes, thank you to everybody who's helped make that turnaround possible. And certainly a credit to the last LNC and hard decisions that were made to get us to that point. I do want to observe that we are at kind of the peak of the cycle right now. So if you look at the wonderful revenue trend line, think about it as pumpkin sales in October, not necessarily a trend line that will continue indefinitely, and keep that in mind as we decide our spending priorities. Second piece of good news is lawsuits. We are reluctant litigators. I think Libertarians, we view lawsuits as distractions and necessary evils, and as a lawyer, I certainly agree. When we go to court, though, we bring. And if you haven't heard about the New Hampshire case, the New Mexico case, and the Texas case, I hope you will hear those stories told, and not during the meeting, hopefully over drinks and dinner, because they are incredible accomplishments. And I know we've got people here in the room who've been actively involved in all of this, and thank you for fighting hard against partisan duplicity and unfairness, and we took them on and we beat them. Speaking of partisan duplicity and unfairness, our ballot access drive. So, as everybody in this room knows, but not everybody in the country knows, Democrats and Republicans automatically put themselves on the ballot, but everyone else must go out and gather signatures, which this year in pandemic conditions is especially onerous. So, for example, Kanye West is running for president of the United States, and in order for him to be on all 50 state ballots, he must gather an excess of 700,000 signatures and pay a whole bunch of filing fees and a whole bunch of unnecessary paperwork, arbitrary deadlines, and go in front of stacked approval lines. Despite his universal name recognition and endless financial resources, he will fall far short of that goal, probably not on more than 20 state ballots. Whatever you think of Mr. West, that he is being systematically kept off the ballot is wrong, and a sign of how onerous these obstacles are. By contrast, we are presently certified on the ballot in 49 states, plus the District of plus one. With number 50, a few days away. Now, of course, we don't have universal name recognition and endless financial resources, but we do have dedicated people willing to go out and work hard and knock on doors and collect signatures and run for office, and that's how we're able to do what Kanye West is not able to do with tens of millions of dollars, and what Democrats and Republicans have automatically done. One of the heroes of our ballot access drive this year is in the room right now, and that's Christopher Thrasher. I have the honor. I had the honor of making Chris our inaugural activist of the month in September of 2020. Well, the day 3, I think, of my being chair, I get the call from Chris, and he said he's looking at the main information, and he doesn't like how it's going, and he thinks it's a problem. And he got in his car, at the time he was in Omaha, Nebraska, and drove to Maine to help out firsthand on the ground. And Maine has some special rules where you have to collect the signatures and then take them to the local towns to get them verified, and then recollect them and then bring them to the state. And Maine has about 400 little towns, and although it may look like a compact state on the map, the roads are a little squiggly, and it takes a lot of time to get across the state. So we needed to throw together an effort to get an enormous number of signatures in a handful of days and transport them across the state of Maine all over the place. A seemingly impossible task, but we got it done. And we got it done facing rain on election day when we were trying to get our most number of signatures. Petition drives for competing candidates going $4 a petition, $5 a petition, $8 a petition. So that we can't match financially, but we can match the boots on the ground. We deployed our paid staff. We deployed people from neighboring states who volunteered to help out. Pretty sure Chris didn't sleep for about 2 weeks. And we got lawsuits ready because we were ready to sue if we fell short there. And in the end, we needed 4,000 valid signatures, and the state certified us with 4,007. Which I understand is our narrowest successful petition drive that we've done in our party's history. Not exactly the honorific that I was looking for, but at least we were on the right side of that. And, that's just one example and one story of, I could stand up here and tell 20 other stories of ballot access drives that were successful this year in multiple states. And Chris gets the beauty of being the personification of the hard work of literally thousands of people across the country who make this happen. And my thanks to you all. Raise your hand if you're new on the LNC this year. Yeah, raise your hand. Welcome. And then raise your hand if you're returning. Welcome back. A few observations. This is a committee of 25 people, which every book on board structure and efficient decision making and effective committees will tell you is too much and unwilling to work. The expectation, the prediction, is that we will devolve into a squabbling factional mess and accomplish nothing. And if you don't think that's the expectation of us, you didn't talk to enough voters who's elected. We can meet those expectations. So how? We've got a couple of suggestions. Three suggestions. One, we all represent constituencies, and we have to be true to them, certainly. But we also all represent the party. The vote of every representative at this table, up to and including the chair, has equal weight. If all everyone does is parochially represent their own piece of the party, we will be less than the sum of the parts. The key criticism I've heard of the LNC over and over again is that instead of prioritizing and focusing, we spread our limited staff and financial resources across 20, 30, 40 priorities in 50 states. and thereby accomplish nothing in the end. I hope we can find the right balance between those extremes, and I hope you'll be part of helping us do that. 2, JFK famously said in his inaugural address, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country." Perhaps the most anti-libertarian thing the president has ever said about the government, but good advice when it comes to the internal structure of our party. There are complainers out there. If you're returning, you can probably list names of who they are. And if you're new, you'll learn them soon enough. They send angry emails, they post Facebook denunciations, they demand witch hunts and attention and drama. They don't door knock, they don't phone ring, they don't fill out FEC forms, they don't bring solutions, they complain. They are few, but they try to be loud. Help me help them be constructive, and help us avoid falling into the trap they want us to fall into. The vast majority of Libertarian Party members, activists, donors, the vast majority of libertarians want this committee to be a committee of action, not info. The voices on the last committee who were most associated with resisting change and being closed to new ideas lost re-election. Not everyone here agrees on everything, far from it, and we shouldn't. But let's be forward-looking, constructive, and systematic. And the inverse is also true. If you work like hell for the parties, if you're here for us, if you do door knock, if you do donate, if you do all that stuff, I will listen intently to whatever your complaint is. Happy. And interestingly, I've found the harder someone works, the more constructive their advice and suggestions and feedback tends to be. Number 3, don't be assholes. Professor Robert Sutton, author of the No Asshole book, very good book, documents the incredible damage done to morale and productivity when behaviors such as insults, threats, sarcasm, flaming, humiliation, shaming, interruption, backbiting, glaring, and snubbing, he's got a chapter on every one of those, are condoned and not called for. We are all temporary assholes now and then, myself included, but we must all resist the temptation to be permanent assholes. Bullying and nasty and not being respectful of each other's perspectives, contributions, and time. When you see bad behavior, and you will, talk to the person privately. When you are talked to privately, have an open mind and listen. Resist the urge to overreact, to rush to social media to denounce everything, and to reject any solution other than the one thing you want to do. For us to move forward, we must find a consensus of 25 people. It's not impossible. And returning LNC members know this because we have much to celebrate from the last term. We went from a 6-digit deficit to a 6-digit surplus. We prioritized and built a fundraising team for the first time in the party's history. We will achieve 50 state ballot access. And we're positioned to win elections this November. The delegates chose us to be in this room, to make the hard decisions, and to work together. So let's do it. This is the hardest part of my talk because I talk about myself, and that's what made campaigning for the chair's position so difficult for me, because I love praising other people and talking about the great work that other people are doing and all that. That comes very natural to me. When I have to kind of step up and gloat about myself, it makes me nervous. And actually, Aaron Adams, who I was kind of musing about that fact about that, I don't know why I'm nervous on some of these things, and she just cut right to it. She was like, "You're nervous when you talk about yourself." So if you ever need a reality check, Ms. Adams will apply. that's service. So I'm the 20th chair of the Libertarian National Committee and the first openly gay chair of the National Committee. And incidentally, if you haven't noticed, this committee is now majority LGBT and female. Yeah. And in fact, I'm the first openly gay chair of any American political party. What do you know? Someone decided they didn't want to be in the party as an openly gay chair. Went on Facebook to my wedding photos, found one and shared it with a grumpy message in hopes of humiliating me and rallying people behind me. The Libertarian Party unanimously, and disagree with me if you disagree with that assessment, unanimously rallied against that message and what that person did. We come together when it matters. I wish I could say that was the only hateful or anti-gay message that I've gotten since becoming chair. But, it's a handful. And tiny. For a party with a reputation, an undeserved reputation for being not caring, we are so caring. My stump speech now, when I go and speak to state parties, it's listing all of the amazing things that libertarians do for each other. And in fact, the day before that nasty message went out, I got 2 other messages from 2 different people, but very similar sentiments. Closeted young gay men in what we would call red states in this country who just wanted to let me know that they found my election to be inspiring personally to them. That for whatever reason, what they thought that was beyond the realm of possibility, that a person can be openly gay and stand on the stage and win jury approval from a political party. I certainly felt undeserving of that at that point in my career. The only real official business I had done was look at voting spreadsheets with the secretary, but it reminded me that people are watching and being inspired. And so I remind all of you, people are watching and being inspired. So with that, I'll stand on my written report, and I'm certainly happy to take any questions. All right. I'm sorry.
It's not a question, but just in reference to what you had said about what that very unkind person did. We were very proud to defend you. That was really, really wrong, and I apologize that I know it wasn't me that did it, but that should never have happened to you in this party, and I am embarrassed for the party for that. I'm proud of what
He was a minority of club, the smallest.
Yes, but I'm just really, really sorry that happened.
I appreciate it. Mr. Gill, you're with the microphone.
Come on, guys.
All right, well, I'll conclude my report. Mr. Vice Chair.
Hello, for those that don't know me, I'm Ken Molman. I'm the newly elected vice chair. And my report is pretty simplistic. So greetings to all members, the fellow LNC members, staff. Since taking office after the Orlando portion of the convention, I've been mostly focused on getting my bearings to rearrange my life around this new role. A lot of that's been transferring some of the back end things that I've done for years to other people. And I thank those that have been helping me shed some of those responsibilities and taking them on. Certainly, people helping is a good thing, and I appreciate that. Per the policy manual, I represent the otherwise unrepresented states of Idaho and Mississippi on the LNC. And I've spoken with Mississippi. They have a special election for State House coming up that's really exciting. They've got people from multiple states, and they're doing a real good regional thing. Despite not being in a region, working with their neighbors. And they're pretty excited about that. And that's a special election, I believe, in September, if I remember correctly. So this month, just a couple weeks, I think that's it. So I unfortunately have not spoken with Idaho at this time. I've been given contact info. I'm going to reach out again, try to reach them, talk to them. Certainly, you know, they have the right to do whatever they want to do. But, you know, I hope that they will see that this committee is interested in seeing them succeed, and if nothing else, we'd just like to say hi once in a while. My primary focus has been, and for, you know, the likely future will continue to be growing local affiliates. To that end, I've dug back into the CRM project. We're going to have a presentation on that here shortly. Other things that I've done, I went to the Ohio convention, which happened after our national convention, and I was a speaker there, and you know, it's always good to talk to other people in other states. I've also spoken with several different candidates for office around the country, and the ones running for local office specifically, I generally have some tips and tactics that have worked for, you know, my local elections, things that I can pass along. Without getting too deep into that, I hope the best for them. I watch them on Facebook. I see them out working. It inspires me when I see candidates out actually working, knocking doors, kind of pavement, doing events. It's very inspiring. It's why we're here. I am extremely excited for this term. As Joe outlined, and those who have seen his plan, I think we're in a position where we're going to modernize the party. We're going to not be stuck on, we've always done it this way, and we're going to look for the best way to do things. And I'm very excited about that. I'm an IT person. I watch companies go through revolutions internally, and it leaps forward in making their operations more efficient. And I think that's where we're headed. And I'm very excited about that because we get more efficient and we save money, which is, you know, we can say no to that. So that's kind of my quick report. Are there any questions?
Ms. Rushing, our questions to comment. I have a brand new state party chair, and Jennifer Imhoff. She is very much looking forward to growing with that state party, and also very much looking forward to your work.
Yes, I actually just received her email address, I think yesterday or the day before, and obviously traveling here, haven't been able to reach out. So I look forward to that. Anything else? You want time back to the body, we can get on with it. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Long. Mr. Hagan.
Thanks. Yesterday, emailed out the August end of month financial reports, and like Mr. Bishop Hinchman mentioned, we have a reserve which is calculated from the unrestricted cash minus the accounts payables to get an idea of where we're at. Basically, say if all fundraising had to stop, if we could still pay off our bills. And our current reserve is at $183,577. Like mentioned, compared to, say, December of 2018, we've gone up almost 300,000 because it was negative, about the same amount. If you go to, you're following along the page 5 of the financial reports, see how we're doing compared, it has a budget in there, see how we're doing compared to the budget. The revenues are below budget, but a lot of that is due to the conventions. That's a lot less attendance. The convention revenues and expenses were a lot lower than what we budgeted for. And if you take the convention revenues that came from stuff where we had to give things to the attendees, for example, the package purchases, the tables, the suites, that money ended up covering the cost of the convention, plus I think about 24,000. Ms. Ryan will have some more numbers on that. So convention, and on top of that, we had theme contests, the gala, which brought in about 24,000. So the convention was successful, very successful financially. And actually the convention numbers were in the previous That's all I get of reports. And one thing I done, one of my friends had posted about unclaimed properties that each state gets when they can't find who owns some of the property. So I went searching for myself, and Nevada had a link to a website, missingmoney.com, and it said put your name or business name. Of course, I didn't find any money for myself, but did find some for my brother and my niece. So I decided to type in Libertarian. Well, found the Libertarian Party had some unclaimed property in DC. So Smith Warren, we're trying to see what it is, how much it is, said shares and dividends. And I also went in and looked at the missingmoney.com. It covers most states, but not all states, but does have a map where you click on to get to your own state, because I couldn't cover California. We go to a map and click on and get to California. I looked at some of the people in this room, and you guys need to go search that and get some money. Mr. Nana, shows you have some money due to you from GameStop. It could be better, Mr. Nana. And also, Mr. Mullen, you have some money coming to you too.
Oh, yeah, no, it's $37 I have to drive to Frankfurt.
No, there's several in there for you. One of them's a bank that said over 100.
One's probably my father.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't name your kids after yourself. It's bad for me.
Cameron found it.
Well, in the past, I like $50,000, it was, unclaimed.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure it wasn't for me, but, yeah.
Yeah. So, this is that key. Yeah, it says something about shares.
Yeah.
So any questions on the treasurer's report? Right.
Thank you, Mr. Hager. That's part of it.
All right. This is Nancy. Just pull it up here so I can. So there it is. Thank you, everyone, and I wanted to say that I truly appreciated our chair's opening remarks, and I actually think that we have the possibility of being one of the best LNCs ever, at least that's my hope. As one of the returning members, I certainly know my past faults, and I do hope not to repeat them. We all sometimes got a little bit too heated, and I think anyone who is returning needs to own that. I do share the chair's goals, and is completely on board with that. And again, very, very excited about everything that we have coming forward with us. But I wanted to add something similar to what the chair said about where people will draw inspiration from us. Each of us have some kind of a story. And I was very touched by what he said about the young closeted people that had come to speak with him. I can tell you that when I go to conventions, I have mothers, and I don't get upset, I have mothers who come to me just crying, saying that they see a future for their autistic child, because I've been very open about my autism. And I have these young girls that now come to conventions that have been like my fans for a couple of years, and each year they come and want a picture with me, because they're interested in politics. And they don't see that much representation. And not that there isn't female representation. Honestly, they think most of the female representation is boring, and I have pink hair. So they find these little girls are just completely jazzed up about this. But no matter who you are in your room, there's somebody out there you're inspiring. You never forget that, even if you don't get to meet them. I've been blessed that I have been able to meet them. So on that, to go over to the report, since I normally don't go over a lot of things in my report, but because it's a new term, I would like to. let's see here. The thing that's standard in the secretary's report is you'll see status of minutes, status of email ballots, and that sort of thing. But you'll also see projects that I have been working on. Beginning with the last term, I had really felt that the secretary's role had been underutilized, and just judging from my experience in working in law offices and being a legal secretary and an executive secretary, that there was a lot more that we needed to do here. And I've just been, without waiting for policy manual changes, taken on those things myself. So I highly encourage you to read the report. There's a lot going on in the background that I do take care of. Such as now I take care of updating certain critical areas on the website. I've taken that away from, not away from them, I mean, I relieve the burden from staff so that they don't have to spend time doing things like that I actually think should be a secretarial role. Some other things that I had been doing, we are required to keep an archive of all of the party bylaws. Instead of having that secreted away on my hard drive and for my successor to have to get that from me, I put it all up on Helpedia so that anyone who is researching, like candidates who want to see what delegate requirements are for each state, because they're starting to build their delegate whip teams. It's all will be in one spot. And I think we all need to strive to make our information much more accessible to members rather than just accessible to us. And to that end, I will be creating a internal document storage structure with Mr. Fishman. Somebody who might remember from 4 years ago when I started, I had ranted and raved that our document hygiene and handling process just horrified me as someone who comes from a legal background, and that's going to be vastly improved this term with Google Suite. And let me just see here if there's anything else I really wanted to draw a highlight to. One thing that's exciting, I had met with Andy Burns a couple of days ago, and as many of you may be aware, there's a state chairs list where the state chairs get together and powwow with each other. We just created a national secretaries list so that we can all talk and perhaps train new secretaries. Sometimes don't know really what should go in the minutes or what their responsibilities are. We can make the 50 states actually feel more like family if we start collaborating with those who share our roles. So I'll be starting that probably next week. I'll be getting that going. And I think that's really all I wanted to highlight, but I do have a motion. As per the bylaws, I had submitted the draft minutes for the first sitting of the convention and, solicited input and then posted it to the party website at least 14 days prior to this meeting, where I would be asking for the draft minutes of the first sitting to be approved. So that is my motion, to approve the draft minutes version 6 for the first sitting of the 2020 National Convention.
First second,
It's the first sitting.
you want to do it now or when you do the report?
And this will be the end. Well, I'd like to do that in any questions, so yeah.
Secretary moves to adopt the submitted minutes of the first sitting of the National Convention. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Nana. Is there any objection? Without objection.
And before questions, the second sitting just got distributed on the 10th, which was the deadline for it. Please go through and read them. And there's also, as Ms. Matson started the tradition of, I do have on the end there, like a post-convention audit of issues that I had seen. And there might be some very interesting information in there for you. My post-convention audit of at least the LNC races revealed no errors to speak of. There was only one ballot that was off by a couple votes. So we can have complete confidence in those ballots. So that was very encouraging. But there were some other concerns that I had noted in there that I do hope that we take to heart. And I'd entertain any questions.
Questions to the Secretary?
Oh, sorry. Did I do that?
One question on you, one last update.
Going once? Going twice? All right.
Thank you. It's my honor to serve you for another term.
told Mr. Rapp that's not yet ready, so if there's no objection, we'll go to the CRM presentation next.
Oh, that is it display port or HDMI? Second one, display port adapter.
Is it online? I can put this on.
It is on one, I shared it with you in the drive, but I also had in this bag an HDMI adapter that may have been pulled out when I pulled all the junk out. Are you logged into you? I shared with you in your drive. Yes.
Mr. Hagan, it's $10.
So that's also.
1 for 5 and 1 for 5, I have no idea. I did look up my father, who has a substantial large amount of money, so I'm gonna have to get hold of my uncle.
Right, okay, and then that thing is a lot of the state counterparties also there.
Oh, yeah, I need to listen to state board.
So I sent emails to them, but I'm not be able to find myself. I tried looking up, there's too many, yeah, I wouldn't think if I make a job number from last year, because I knew I had to go there, and it was 170 with the same person who did last year, just help. But usually has an address too, so you could, maybe you could find it on one. Very, very important thing. Wow. Y'all should be into it, like, very first thing. Just the most common.
Yeah, I could play the audio if I wanted to. You really like that.
Oh, yeah, I know I have people who doesn't do their life.
What they call this number around. Unclaimed property. Oh, the website, I'm missing one. Yeah, that's like that. Yeah. Usually your state has a, similar site that you want to pay for. Yeah. That way you get a letter in the mail for your property and hope that they want to see on your project. It's okay. What about the Libertarian? You could serve that. You got to do your assessment.
You guys hear that?
And to leverage that data to empower both national and our affiliates to grow the overall party. CRM is a customer relationship management system. There are various types of CRMs which are focused on different aspects of data and relationships. For instance, Razor's Edge, which is used by LP National, is focused on fundraising. eCanvasser is geared more towards campaigns, which are short-term, relatively speaking. By contrast to those, the state CRM project is meant to be a long-term data retention tool so that our states and our national parties leverage that data over the long term. So let's talk about the 4 C's, starting with collecting data. We have data in various buckets and islands at different levels of the party. We have lots of data in various states of disrepair and not linked together in any way. Are you aware that in 2016, the National Party bought Aristotle data from every registered libertarian in the country? I can tell you the state parties didn't know that. We could use that data. The next C is clean data. We have conflicting data for various contexts. The data is in various formats: Google Sheets, Excel spreadsheets, some service like Nation Voter, Razor's Edge, various people's heads. What happened? This occurs because the data is being kept by different people with different levels of vigilance, different methodologies, and different understandings of the importance of that data. We want to standardize the formatting of our data in order to better retain it. The next C is consolidating data. To avoid recreating the multiple buckets of incomplete data, we need a single point where all the data is aggregated into the latest and best known versions. As any person works on the data, they improve the data for future usage. Today, national and affiliates have no real idea what the other is doing regarding contacted constituents, so we can't track if we're over-communicating. Because don't forget, to the end constituent, they don't know the difference between national, state, or county party. The final C is conserving data. So much data has been lost over the years due to technical errors, turnover in state affiliates, campaigns ending without saving the data anywhere, and even intentional sabotage. We must not use data. More than ever before, knowledge is power. To quote Schoolhouse Rock, we must stop using data. Our state affiliates often do not have the financial resources that national does, but they're also on the ground. They have the best chances of organically growing the party at the county level. County affiliates then can focus on building an army of volunteers for door knocking, phone banking, and other get-out-the-vote activities. So let's take a moment to go back and understand how we got here. The IT committee from the 2016 to 2018 LNC term accomplished several great things. The most critical among them was that we fixed LP.org, which had been crashing regularly after the changes by the previous IT committee of 14 to 16. And we saved money while we were at it to the tune of approximately $1,750 per month. We were also able to save the content for the previous iteration of the website, which was content from 2008 to 2016, and bring it over to the new one. Another accomplishment, we updated and consolidated email services, the savings totaling approximately $350 per month. That brought the total savings to approximately $2,100 per month, or $25,000 per year, while also having more modernized infrastructure. We also facilitated the repair and rebirth of Alpedia. We found a hosting provider, provided space for the spam cleanup, and then turned that all over to the Historic Preservation Committee. As we completed those tasks around mid-2017, we asked Andy Burns, affiliate support specialist, to join our IT committee calls to give input on where the IT committee could help affiliate support improve IT for all affiliates. And he noted that states were struggling handling data and were mostly left to fend for themselves. National data dumps, state membership lists, and voter registration data were all being inadequately used. Additionally, the National Party had purchased Aristotle data in 2016, but there was no place for states to leverage this data. And there were issues with websites being mismanaged or just being ineffective. And he noted that he had helped a handful of states implement both CiviCRM and NationAlert. He explained that affiliates who were using CiviCRM would usually have difficulty, mostly due to turnover in the IT of a state, and would call back a couple of years later with their CRM in a state of complete disrepair, requiring significant intervention, and sometimes with a complete data loss having already occurred. The affiliates using NationAlert were spending hundreds of dollars per month, reducing their overall ability to spend funds on outreach and growth. And often, the data would again go stale, or worse, get corrupted or deleted, as no one would maintain NationAlert at the state level due to IT turnover. And so, finding a platform for state affiliates became the new focus of the IT committee. We created criteria and investigated solutions. The criteria were that the solution had to be scalable, affordable for any affiliate, appropriate data shared to the appropriate levels, able to be made better by those using the data, A balance of flexibility and data security. Not expensive if an affiliate was just parking data. Integrate tightly with the CMS front end, their website. An ability to get volunteers into the system quickly when an affiliate decides to get active. We investigated options. Based on the criteria, the IT committee believed that only a handful of potential options were available. Examining commercial products, they did not make the cut due to the cost or in lack of data segmentation, leaving only open source options. After a few trial installs of various open source CRM products, it was determined that City CRM, which began development in 2004 as a CRM for politics, was the correct choice. During this time, we also investigated the legality of the project. Current FEC regulations allow for state affiliates, regardless of their FEC status, to receive services from an FEC filing national party, provided those services fall under the category of party building. Now armed with all of this information, we lobbied the LNC for initial funds to create a pilot project. A $5,000 expenditure was approved to pilot the program at the LNC meeting in Kansas City in August of 2017. The pilot showed initial success gave great promise. We built a multi-year plan and went back to the LNC to lobby for $45,000 for custom development to enable volunteers at any level of the party to quickly get into the system and make phone calls to organize locally. This development was dubbed the Simplified City CRM User Dashboard and was critical for the goal of getting volunteers into the system and able to make phone calls quickly without hours of training. The LNC approved this expenditure at the LNC meeting immediately preceding the 2018 National Convention. The full $45,000 was raised specifically for the development project. The funds raised were unfortunately borrowed to pay off the 2018 National Convention, which unfortunately had its funds borrowed for other projects. Development of the Simplified City CRM User Dashboard stalled as money became tight. While we were waiting for the funding, we worked on the 4 C's for various state parties, importing their data and merging in Secretary of State and Razor's Edge data. In early to mid-2019, fundraising picked up for the National Party, and the borrowed funds raised for the project were replaced and development resumed. In November 2019, the Simplified City CRM User Dashboard went live, and we began getting access to region and county level leadership. In late 2019 and early 2020, the states that were onboarded the earliest, with the IT directors that were the most involved, began to leverage the call next functionality, which was enabled by the dashboard, to contact other libertarians. In spring of 2020, we transitioned our convention credential system to the CRM. This replaced a home-made system that had been in use since 2008 and allowed states to retain this information for the records and the credentials committee to log in a credential. We also managed LNC2020.com to process convention packages, though refunded packages and direct transactions were not properly tracked in the state CRM project and will need to be revisited in the future. In mid-2020, we integrated with the Joe campaign. Currently, media contact data has been merged into the state CRM system for all states to use, and we are prepared to absorb the campaign data once that campaign is ready to send that to the national party. In July 2020, we moved all non-donation sign-up forms for the national party over to the CRM, meaning that data reaches the states and counties immediately, and is also sent to Razor's Edge and imported into Razor's Edge in the normal process flow. Also, in July of 2020, we recreated existing donation forms for the national party of the state CRM. However, these forms are not live yet. Further discussion is necessary on the process flow, efficiency, and data merge issues when not everything is running through a single system. In August 2020, we started on the first phase of integrated constituent issues when new people sign up, so we can leverage micro-targeting in the future. And as noted previously, we are prepared to receive the data from the Jorgensen campaign in mid to late 2020. Today, there are 23 states in the project, with over 20 more in the queue. So let's talk about some of the current hurdles. Some delays and diversions have occurred, deviating from the original project. As a result, onboarding states has slowed significantly, and affiliates are really struggling trying to accomplish the ETL, extract, transform, and load process for data conversion on their own. A number of states have been in line to get on board for quite some time, and we need to catch up and continue the progress of onboarding states. Currently, the system is not tied to any phone banking system, requiring people to make calls from their own phone. Generally, people are encouraged to obtain a Google Voice phone number and use that for making calls. But that also means that the caller ID is not state or county party making calls, but individuals. The NDA that the previous LNC passed has a flaw that needs to be corrected, and the LNC mandates that only the LNC can draft that NDA. There is suggested language for the modification of that NDA at the end of this presentation. Without letting the current hurdles, it's also important to remember that the state CRM project is a work in progress. It can always be improved, and we will continually strive to make it better. As we bring new states and new features online, we learn new ways to do things better, incorporating that learned knowledge into the system. Today, the 23 states in the system are able to take advantage of the following features. Each state site is integrated with the CRM, allowing for display of data segments on their website. For example, candidates, elected officials, and local affiliates. And front-end forms are automated to eliminate manual data entry. We have integrated user management, allowing for one login, or SSO, to control appropriate levels of the website content and data access in the CRM. Any volunteer who has signed the NDA can be given access. Affiliates can control their own information and to their sub-affiliates and candidates. Regional and county affiliate leaders can add content to websites, including events and blogs. Contacts are automatically permissioned to the appropriate party level, whether that's the state, region, or county, based upon their address. Addresses are normalized to USPS standards and communicate with Google to fill in missing address information such as counties, zip codes, etc. Normalization of data occurs including name, email, phone, and address. We have integrated contributions with the website using Stripe, Authorize.net, or PayPal. This permits a seamless experience for the donor, increasing confidence and completion. Contribution pages are now also available to multiple levels of the party, not just the state party, but to state regions and county affiliates as well, who can now all leverage the CRM. We have membership management based on the criteria set by a state on what constitutes a member of their party. Membership reports can quickly show who's a member and who's not. We have volunteer management. We can now track who signed up, whether or not they showed up, so we can learn who is a reliable volunteer. We have event management, which lets people sign up for events and get reminders of those upcoming events. We track who is attending which events to get an idea of who has been to what training or who is interested in a particular topic. We have the ability to manage email blasts to any segment of the database. This is enabled through SparkPost, which is functionality paid for by each state party. We have media data integrated from the Joe campaign so that states can manage media contacts. This can also be tied into SparkPost to enable sending press releases to appropriate outlets. We have convention credentialing support, so various parties can track who is a delegate to their conventions over time. We have the ability to do text banking by tying into affiliate-funded folio accounts. We have begun phase 1 of issue segmentation, which tracks what issues are most important to our constituents. Contacts can be segmented based on their important issues. We continue to have an IT directors group that meets monthly, and we've started an IT mentor program to help states stay up to date on the latest developments, collaborate with other states, and enhance their state's use of the CRM. We've also created a CRM users group where users can collaborate with other users and begin to learn how to better use the system. But you don't have to just take our word for it. Christy Kendrick, the Kentucky membership director, notes that the Kentucky Party is now able to focus their energies on outreach and growing the base, and she would encourage other state affiliates to take advantage of the system. Brian Shields, the state chair of New Hampshire, says that the project is worth whatever investment is made into it tenfold. Laura Lane, chair of Alabama, says that it is a fantastic tool that keeps getting better. And Jared, the state chair of Nebraska, says that their state website is better than ever. They've been focusing on starting new affiliates this year, and so the CRM has helped speed that up. And they've been using it to inform Libertarians about their new affiliates and those meetings. So where does the project go from here? We predict that 40 to 48 affiliates will eventually use the system, knowing that there are always a few that insist on doing it their way. And that's fine, it's all voluntary. Our project plan still contains a potential move to incorporate and replace Razor's Edge. On a related note, the IS Committee of 2018-2020 voted to recommend replacing Razor's Edge with the state CRM project, with the migration to begin after the 2020 election. For the remainder of 2020 and through 2021, we plan to use Ken Mullen's time to help states prepare their data, the ETL process, to get the onboarding process back on track. We have found that affiliates are struggling with the ETL process, and Ken will be helping with this. In late 2020, we will be rolling out phase 2 of our issues and behaviors segmentation. Micro-targeting will enable us to focus messaging appropriately. This is a priority, and storing this information for the long term is something we have never previously done. In 2021, we can look at phase 3, which is attempting to integrate directly with L2 data via an API. If National joins the CRM for member processing, we will be able to improve national member retention by automating the sequence of touches, including phone calls, surveys, upgrades, and membership renewal reminders. Also in 2021, we would like to more broadly roll out the SMS blasts. This functionality works for national and states, but currently has limitations. This will help us extend to connecting to phone banking service as well, and work towards enabling calls to be made directly from the CRM using the state party's caller ID. Thank you for your time today.
There was a reason I asked for 30 minutes.
I apologize, I know it's a limited plan, but I want to make sure everybody knew where the project started, what we've accomplished so far, why we aren't a little further. We've had a number of delays, but we're still making good headway. And so that was kind of the goal, was to make sure everybody understood why we were doing the project, where we were going, where we've been, and I or Andy are available to answer any questions. There.
Yeah, there. So, I always, Eric Rossett, member at large. I always want to know how we made something bring in a little extra money for the party as well. Is there any possibility or plans in the future to create independent shells within that maybe our caucuses or special interest groups can actually buy into the program and use the tools that our states are currently using?
I see what you're saying. Oh, hey, 2 microphones. What a crazy idea. It does work. So I don't know that right now that's necessarily the focus of the project. I think this was mostly focused towards states and the national, and then the counties, and some states had the between states and counties. Getting them all on the same page, being able to refine and continue to use that data. I haven't really thought about it for caucus purposes, but I guess it's technically possible. It would require a lot of conversation about what are the limits of the use of that data. I think that would be, it's not a technical issue, it would be a process issue.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, it would be an independent shell. So they wouldn't have the access of the data, but they would be able to use the systems and tools that you put in while populating their own data set.
Yeah, actually, so it's really modular, so you could end up, you're like creating new sites, like we did the convention site. It's basically acting like another state site. The state sites are the minimum use case of the system, but yeah, we can totally plug in a caucus, and it is a political decision first.
Right.
But yeah, you can definitely plug it in, and then you interact with your caucus, that basically becomes accessible to you. So yeah, you can start with, we can import your existing caucus members, right? That are already in the system, but we can merge that in, and then you start from there, and then it's just, you can add to it. I mean, it's totally possible. It's just going to act just like states, yeah. So yeah, it's very shell-like. It's weak information, very granular. Go ahead, Eric.
So I appreciate the presentation. It's always good to remember where we're coming from, what we're working on, and see that you're focusing in on this. My question would be is as far as this body is concerned right now, it's good for us to know what's going on and want us to be involved. Is there an ask from this body right now as far as funding or anything like that you guys feel we need in order to get this project back on track and moving forward?
Well, I don't think we have a financial access. I just looked at the affiliate line item where the series is under, and we're, I think, 13,000 under budget. So we don't really have an ask right now. I think we have enough money in the budget to move on. Right. So I think the main thing would be keep the budget on. Right. And so right now we're under budget. That's because we've been able to handle any issues that have come up. There are times when we hit a hiccup where we are stuck, and we need to go ask an outside company to help us. It's not that expensive, right? It's not the $45,000 that came in a couple years ago, but it's $1,000 here and there to fix an issue. So I think the only real ask beyond just making sure everybody knows what's going on is to keep the budget line basically the same and keep moving forward. We're making progress now that we're finally unlocked.
Do you feel that there's a need for us to try to find volunteers to assist, or do you guys call those volunteers from people that are already signed up?
Well, the first thing is that the main thing of how we've been successful, we got a lot of states on first, is we want to stick to the original project mission, which we did get derailed because if national saw, oh, we can use this, everyone sees a piece of like, I can use it, and it's very logical. Let's get all the states on first, and I want to be on. And so that's my goal. And with the convention process, we have all the states built. Like they're all built. Now they're really close to going on. It's just giving your data to us and then doing some website tweaks to be ready. So it's really just, I say, leave me alone and let's get the job done. But just not have other diversions, distractions. We need to get all the states on first, and then, and go from there. I think we've had some side projects that weren't really in line with, the original project plan and how it was built. I mean, the member portal, I think we wanted to do it one way, but it should be done after the states were on. So.
I hate to hold Mike, but just one more question. So I know part of the issue with this project in the past has been your time, specifically your time on the Sandy is being pulled in a bunch of different directions. do you feel that there is adequate support to let you focus on this project the way we need to, or is there an asking there?
I think, well, we created the IT directors group, and there are some really expert people out there that we can, these are people that could step into my job and get trained up and probably do it all right. So, we have like 3 or 4 of these IT directors, we have a working group. So our goal is we created basically this group where we connect the users and the people administrating, and I want people to go to them first. So it's making sure people are going into Kentucky first, David in Colorado, John in Pennsylvania, these people. So it takes it on me. It's just making sure people go the right process for them. And building a volunteer group. But I think it would be nice to maybe have one part-time contractor maybe doing the front end help desk level 1 support. So I can really, I'm always trying to do the big things, like what's the next big leap with project, or getting Kansas on this next week. I'll get them on this week because they're giving me what I want, which is kind of an anomaly to kind of stick to kind of everything that I need, but because usually I just need to go into the site and just do everything. But it's not enough, so I think that's it.
Sounds like I got an IT person that might be very helpful.
If I could add to that, I've issued an executive order suspending 2 other
Lower priority and kind of frankly still need to be better defined IT projects to prioritize clearing the CRM queue and getting the wait list states on board. And Andy and I had a good conversation last week. And I've kind of made clear, look, I know people are going to keep sending stuff to you, use me to help clear that stuff off your deck so we can get this queue sorted out.
Well, I appreciate this updates, guys. Please keep us informed on by email or at these meetings. This project is huge. And I do not feel that Lester and my meeting is just put on today for reasons that have been out, right? But I think that we have a real opportunity here, part of the Drains campaign, to really take this to the next level so that by the time we get to 24, we can really start to build out local elections. I think by the time 26, or by 24 comes around for the next presidential, we have this already in place for everyone. So thank you for the refocus. Please keep us informed, even if it's by email. This is a top priority for me personally. So keep it here.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron Adams, Region 7 alternate. As you know, many of our Region 7 states use this CRM currently. Texas is exploring using it. The problem that we're having is our states that are using it are going to fail. Texas is on the fence because there have been just so many problems for us in our region with the CRM, with getting backburnered, with being pushed behind the membership world, with not having access to enough support, especially for people who aren't IT professionals who are trying to help us. And my states feel like they've been backburnered because other states have been willing to pay more to get IT. So help me help convince them to stay on CRM, because right now they're waiting to fail. I'm doing that as well.
All right. So I think the main thing was, and this is all part of that, right? Making sure that this LNC understands what we were trying to do with this project. As noted in the presentation, we've had some diversions, definitely membership stuff and things that are good projects. I mean, make no mistake, they are really good projects, and we will get there for sure. I do feel like there's been some level of disconnect between some of the states and some of being able to handle, some of it's a load issue, right? Where we have Andy, here's Andy, he's like the guy who runs the CRM. And so Andy is a human being that has to sleep and eat and has a wife and crazy things like that. And so unfortunately, we hit a cap. Part of this is with me getting back involved and trying to shed all the other things that I got wrapped up in. We're doubling capacity, right? So that's going to help. As Andy noted, it would be really nice if we found some way to leverage a front end. And we're trying to do some of that with IT directors, volunteer groups. We have IT directors and IT, the CRM volunteer group, usually. Yeah, they always talk about that. No, that's how we start. The main thing is a lot of times, so we try to just, we give these services and this opportunity. It's a tool of the CRM, or a tool never drives itself. Like, you have to have a human that ends up doing something with it. And so, the IT director is a woman that's maybe.
The IT director is an IT professional.
Yeah,
Yep, so we provide monthly support sessions, and literally like on Thursday, I was on like with forward, I was like, they asked someone asked me a question, I said, let's just pop on a screen share, and I, got all their questions answered. So really, the state IT director is the fail point, and that's kind of where sometimes there's miscommunication on if they're not proactively really asking me enough questions, or if they're saying, if they're trying to use it and they just give up, but they don't really come to our support session and get
I would love to respect everything that you director hanging on the line has not only reached out, he's reached out to you, he's reached out to Ken, he has been asking, and a lot of times the answers that he gets are flippant, not answers.
Oh, no,
I mean, we're gonna go much of that. This is how we're looking.
and just
No cross questions, answers, and, I think that that's fair game because it's a question of how systemic is the issue that she's raising. On the specific question of like, how do we resolve that issue? I suggest you guys talk with each other again. And also, we're out of time on this agenda.
Oh, anyway,
So if you have more to say, and if you still have questions, so the chair will entertain a motion to extend time. If someone wants to make it. Someone make it, be nice.
Motion to extend for 5 minutes.
Motion to extend for 5 minutes by Mr. Gannon. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Harlow. Is there any objection? Stand by 5 minutes.
And real quick, Aaron, and I'm not throwing Jay under the bus, but I did talk to Jay and he knows me input right now. So yeah, it's not, I mean, look, it's back and forth, it's clever. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus here. We will do our best to work with the states to help them succeed.
I do respond, I respond to Jay, I have the history, we have a ticket system where I respond, and I know it's an urgent issue, and I have responded, and I'll hit it back. All right, and yeah, I respond to Jay each time, I just, maybe he doesn't, is missing, or not asking the question.
Yes, so Ohio actually did fail really early on.
Never do.
Yeah, no, I guess this is less of a question, more of a statement. I don't think it's any one person's problem. I think it's more the system. I always thought this, to have the one contact point be IT director and then only one contact point at national is where the fail keeps happening. It's either, and I'm not blaming anybody, it's either the IT director misses his emails, doesn't respond, or you miss an email, don't respond, or we do respond and they miss the response. If there's only one point of communication and that communication doesn't happen, then that kills it all right there. And I think that's a lot of what happened in Ohio. I don't know why, but it seems to be happening more than just.
If I remember, the issue in Ohio eventually came down to objection under the NDA language, like provision 3 of the NDA, and that was like the break point of, I mean, there may have been other factors, but I remember very clearly the whole, we don't like how point 3 of the NDA is worded. So, and I do have some language I'm supposed to provide that at the end. It's whatever we can talk about that offline of the list. Long story short is, we cannot have 50 people from each state hitting Andy. Like, that's 2,500 people that will be bothering Andy on a daily basis. That's not real. Like, there can only be a handful of people. And on top of it, and I've been the state chair, and I've been involved in state stuff, but putting it through one person, we also filter out some of the things that somebody has already solved, right? So for instance, a state IT person has the rights to reset the password for any of their members. Now, should the person who's locked out be emailing Andy, every single user, or should they get it from their IT director and say, hey man, I'm locked out again? And maybe their IT director, who's local, can take the time to work with that person to say, hey, here's how to not get locked out of your account, right? Well, we can't do that at national. It could literally be thousands of people trying to hit us, and we cannot handle that load. It has to be a hierarchy of some sort. There has to be, and certainly when there's issues that the state IT director doesn't know, we are happy to teach the state IT director so that we don't have to answer that question again. Like, that's the whole point, is to get the information down further and further. States that are moving further along in Kentucky, for instance, we've got now county leaders that know how to do everything. So they're actually setting up phone calls, they're setting up volunteers, they're doing all the things, and they don't even have to ask the state party. The goal eventually is to empower the counties to do their own thing, for the counties to grow, not have to hit the state, definitely not have to hit national every single time. So that is the goal, is to get it down, because there's 3,160. Yeah, I didn't mean that. 3,146 counties, 50 states, and everybody had everybody talking to us, we get crushed. That's not real. It has to filter out somehow.
Yeah, we provide, I'm always available, and really make it a priority.
And one thing that, a couple, like David Aiken in Colorado is one, John Pesco in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a really great state of a lot of the, things coming together with a paid staff, with a database, with, a good chair that keeps everyone on the same page in the right direction. Sorry, I forgot where I was going with that. Pennsylvania, yeah, we have, when, Jay in Oklahoma has an issue, David in Colorado, last week he did, calls to 3 other states, South Carolina, Idaho, and another one, and that really helped. He spends an hour and a half with each of the states, and he gets them from, I'm kind of confused, kind of poking around to, okay, I'm kind of at a good, maybe novice level, kind of getting going. And so that's what we really encourage is cross collaboration among states. We all don't have to be inside of. One more real quick important thing, he's got videos and stuff that anybody can. I'll be around here for the rest of the day, so please hit me up with any questions. I'm yours.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Ken. Are we ready for Bill, or do we have Kyle right now? Next time is the ballot access committee report.
Hey, Bill, it's Dan Fishman, you're on with the LNC. Are you good to go?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
All right. I have the speaker. Thank you.
Bill, speak again real quick.
Oh, wait, this is the one.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah. Try again, Bill.
Hello?
Hey. All right, go.
Hey. Okay.
Yes, please start.
Go, Bill.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Bill Redpath at my home in West Dundee, Illinois. Want to welcome everybody to the new LNC. I'm sorry there's no written report this time around. We've been busy with petition drives, which ended, the last one ended 8 days ago in Rhode Island. I think we are waiting yet for official certification in Connecticut and Montana. And also, and not just that, I'm also a candidate for U.S. House in Illinois, and I've got a campaign to run right now. This is busy questionnaire time for me. So in any event, so we think right now, once we get the certifications in Connecticut and Montana, then it will be official that the Jim Spike ticket will be on the ballot in all 50 states and D.C. I just wanted to point out that if it does occur, that 50 states plus D.C., the Libertarian Party will have had a presidential ticket on the ballot in all 50 states and D.C. in 5 of the last 8 presidential elections. And I think that is something we can all be proud of. It is really unprecedented. The longevity of the Libertarian Party and the ballot access success, particularly with the presidential ticket of the Libertarian Party, is absolutely unprecedented since state governments began controlling ballots in the late 19th century. So I think it's an accomplishment. I read in a recent magazine article the other day that the Green Party is sliding backwards in terms of presidential ballot access. It appears they will be on the ballot in 30-some states this year, and we've done it again in 50 states plus D.C. In terms of money, there's still dribs and drabs coming in here and there. This petitioner needs to get paid, that petitioner needs to get paid. Various expenses coming in. The last figure I got, the LNC this year, as to date, as of sometime this past week, spent $89,374 on ballot access this year. The Joe Spike campaign, I've been told approximately $50,000 plus
staff time. And with the dribs and drabs coming in, the total ballot access expenditure this year combined with the LNC and the Joe campaign will be about $150,000. The lawsuits this year were a double-edged sword. Overall, they helped out in terms of getting ballot access, but there was a downside to the lawsuits as well, and that is where lawsuits were ongoing and we had mixed success in getting ballot access relief. We certainly got major ballot access relief in Illinois, in Virginia, Maryland, New Hampshire, every state. Maine was a state where we didn't get ballot access relief. Pennsylvania was a state where we didn't get ballot access relief. And the problem with the lawsuits was that people sort of stopped. You know, why go out and petition when it may turn out to be wasted effort? Then when we didn't win in certain places, where we did win, then suddenly we had to tune up again and get people going again. And there, looking back on it, there was too much of a halted effort for petitioning when the ballot access lawsuits were ongoing. But we made it with the presidential ticket in all 50 states and DC. It all turned out well in the end. In terms of the volunteer effort, I'm sad to report that I think a volunteer effort, I know we've had COVID-19 this year and other situations, but I think the volunteer effort this year regressed. I think that of all the states where we had to petition, I think only Tennessee, and they only needed 275 signatures. So please, if some of the things of a state that didn't volunteer where we had to petition, please correct me. But in every state where we had needed 1,000 or more ballot signatures, those states all needed some sort of paid petitioning help. Now, I will say that Pennsylvania had a very good volunteer effort. I believe they did over 6,000 volunteer signatures in Pennsylvania this year, and that was a standout among the states. But unfortunately, I think the volunteer effort this year was not what it has been at times in the past. I would like to, it's better to be lucky than good, and that definitely applies to ballot access. It is my understanding that we made it on the ballot in Maine with 7 signatures to spare. We needed 4,000 ballot. Apparently, we turned in 4,007, and it was right down to the last minute. And we were very fortunate that we made it on the ballot in Maine. But I want to thank some people, and I can't go on a long time on this. But there are some people that without them, we would not have made the ballot from all 50 states in DC with a presidential ticket. First and foremost, Darrell Bonner. Darrell Bonner has been an incredibly good petitioner for the Libertarian Party for a long time. He gathered most of the paid signatures in Alabama. When Pennsylvania became the problem/crisis in July, he returned to Pennsylvania and petitioned there and helped recruit other petitioners there, and then returned to Alabama. And he made it very well petitioned in other states that I don't recall off the top of my head. But we wouldn't have made it on the ballot in all 50 states had it been for Darrell Bonner. We wouldn't have made it on the ballot in all the states that worked with Chris Thrasher. Chris Thrasher went to Maine, where we just made the ballot. Chris Thrasher hadn't been available to go to Maine and do what he did. We've had some great coordinators. Jen Moore, who is now on the ballot access committee, a great coordinator in Pennsylvania. And Nick Dunbar went to Maine, went to Rhode Island. His presence, Nick Dunbar hadn't gone to Maine, we probably wouldn't have made it. So we just pulled it together in enough places to pass these thresholds. And again, that is a tremendous accomplishment for the Libertarian Party. And I do apologize. I need to brainstorm with my fellow other petitioners. There were a lot of petitioners who turned out and a lot of volunteers who went out and gathered signatures. But those people, truly, without them, this wouldn't have happened. And I also wanted to speak to the Ballot Access Committee. The Ballot Access Committee, the composition of it. Oh, no, I don't want to go there yet. I've got one more. Alabama. Richard Winger has contacted me, and party petition in Alabama for 2022. It would get us ballot access for 2022. It is very likely that there would be a two-way race between a Republican and a Libertarian for a statewide office that would get over 20% for the Libertarian Party candidate. And if that happened, that would get us ballot status for 2024. Richard Winger has offered to put $40,000 of his own money into this petition drive. But there is a problem, and that is the ballot access laws of Alabama. I can't tell you the exact number. The number of the ballot signatures is 51, XXX. I forget the last three numbers, but it is a number between 51,000 and 52,000 ballot signatures would be needed in Alabama. We can start at any time. In fact, I do believe that some signature gathering on this has started volunteer in Alabama. We will certainly try to marshal a big petitioning effort on November 3. That would be a great day to petition in Alabama, and we need to try to get Alabama volunteers out. We need to try to get people who are willing to come in from nearby states to petition. These are great days. We have done huge numbers at polling places on election day. If we get enough people out there on November 3, we can make a huge dent in that petition drive. But we're finding, we're called to believe that the entire petition drive that is envisioned here would cost less than $200,000. It probably would cost $200,000. And possibly even more, but I would think that we could try to bring it in for $200K. Richard Winger would be willing to put in $40,000 until home. Now for the ballot access, I'm currently chair, the other members, Ken Newman, John Phillips, Richard Winger, Justin Nana, Chris Thrasher, and Jen Newman. I will admit that in the past, though, we have not had regular ballot, this year we have not had regular ballot access committee meetings. We should do that. We should do that after election day. Start that in November, ASAP after election day. I think we've got other things to do with between now and election day. Right, and I am able and willing to serve as chair of the committee. It is my understanding that it is up to the chairman, I believe it is the chairman's discretion to name who chairs the committee. If he would like someone else to chair the committee, that's okay with me. I would say to the committee and the chairman that right now it is not my intention to attend LNC meetings this term in person since I was not re-elected to the committee. I've served over 17 years running up until July 2020, 21 years total, including 1989 to 93. As you all know on this committee, the troops aren't free. I think right now I will be, if I'm chairman of the committee, I will be addressing you electronically in some way on this, and the chairman of the committee probably should take that into consideration regarding whom he or you would like as chairman of this committee. And that's it. I'll be happy to address questions if there's time and the committee would like to do that.
Thank you, Bill. We have 2 minutes for questions. Ms. Billiard, can we get out mic over there?
So my question is, and I haven't spoken specifically to Laura Lane or the people in Alabama right now, but my question is about Alabama.
Bill, can you hear that?
Okay. In the past, it has been expressed to me as the region rep for Alabama that they were not interested in petition drives for ballot access for the state affiliate, because it was very expensive and there was a time when they didn't believe they could actually put it to good use. So I would just wonder if Richard Winger or the rest of you guys had actually had conversations with Alabama to know if this is something they would get on board with, because that's a whole lot more money beyond what Richard Winger is willing to put in that the Alabamans would have to also get on board with. So I just want to point out that that's something that needs to be discussed with Alabama specifically that has not already.
If I may, hold on, hang on for 1 second. Make that out, so it has something to do with Alabama. that. The short answer is, I think they are interested. But hang on for a second, I did get an email on this from Laura Lee, and I'm trying to get to that right now. Hold on. A couple of
Bill, maybe we can follow up later on that.
Yeah, why don't you go on to the next question? I will, hold on for a second. Wait a minute, I found it, I think. Offices up in 2022, U.S. Senate, governor, the whole statewide, all state senators and representatives, a whole bunch of offices. We've already gotten the state petition started and gathered about 80 signatures when Jim Jorgensen was in Huntsville. It is not up on the website though, hopefully by the end of next week. Pushing membership to get out on election day for petitioning is definitely in the works. And a formal brainstorming session is planned for next week to include volunteers. The potential candidate for governor has already reached out, several others have too, but I don't recall what offices. And so anyway, so it is my understanding that the LP of Alabama is interested in this, but exactly what they have in the way of resources that I do not fully know.
Thank you, Bill. Mr. Nana, under the wire for the last one.
Yeah, just as a comment about Alabama. In my personal experience, it depends on who you talk to as to whether or not they want to do this. So I agree that we need to investigate.
You hear that, Bill?
No, I did not. I'm sorry.
Dustin just observed that you might get different answers from different people in Alabama.
Okay, all right. That may be.
All right, time has expired on this item. On behalf of the committee, I want to express our appreciation to Bill for everything he's done to make ballot access a reality this year.
Here, here.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone, and have a great LNC term. Thank you.
All right. We've moved around the agenda a bit, and it's a question of whether we want to power on or do lunch now and then pick up after lunch. My preference is going to be that we take lunch now because we are having audio problems with the live stream. I'd like to give,
The audio's been fixed.
well, we'll see. And I'd like to give staff the opportunity to test that and take the lunch to do it before we go on to staff reports, so that if anybody's watching at home, they're not missing information. However, there are two kind of housekeeping items I'd like to do before we would adjourn for lunch. One is I would like to take probably about 10 minutes in executive session to discuss 3 items of pending or potential litigation that I think everybody on the committee should be aware of. It's just housekeeping to remind you that we're going to be doing photographs this afternoon, so take the lunch period if you need to do anything to prepare for that. And then there's an announcement from the secretary. So before we go to that, is there any objection if we hear from the secretary, followed by 10 minutes in executive session for pending and potential litigation, followed by adjournment for lunch? You're objecting?
Not an objection. I'm noting the COC also has an executive session.
Okay, all right. Objection?
Well, as a suggestion, possibly objection, if it's well received, could we not hear the secretary's announcement and then move into our executive session, have our lunch at the same break time? That way the members of our gallery know the time certain to come back at 1:30, as the agenda says, then we can address the potential other suggestion that the COC has related to executive session as well.
It's not well taken. There are reports further down on the agenda. The time certain is a good idea, though. I think we should just set that for an hour and a half from whenever we finish here. All right, without objection. Madam Secretary.
Okay, everyone. Those of you from last term will know that I like to come bearing gifts. And one of the initial things that I like to do for everyone, inspired by Dr. Lark, is I have in a bag here nameplates for you all to put, and it helps on the video so people can see. So I've got one for everybody.
come see me during lunch, and I will give that for you. But I'm going to surprise the chair here for a moment. He didn't know I was going to do this. Because you are the Grand Poobah, I did get you the Grand Poobah hat. So, this is come see me at lunch, please.
I'll put it on next So 10 minutes executive session, and then we'll be adjourned for lunch until, we are early. I'm on Eastern time, so. I'm on Eastern time, so. All right. Well, maybe I should take all that back. You just tell me it's fixed, Dan?
I have report from Ethan Bishop pensioning that the audio is much better than it was.
All right, well, that's my number one boss. So. All right, if there's no objection to the committee, I rescind my motion. Let's go on to staff reports then, and then we'll do that right before lunch.
All right, let me get the staff up on the screen. So thank you, members of the LNC. We have a lot of staff assembled, and since we have a lot of people here in Minneapolis as well, I thought I would start with various staff members online and allow them to give their reports. And also we have a lot of people here in Minneapolis as well. Sorry, I'm also monitoring the sound of the other system. All right, I believe now you guys can hear me, and the staff are here and ready to go. And so I'm going to start with Robert Krause. Robert, would you care to give your report, please?
First of all, can everyone hear me?
Try again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. I have a thumb up from the back.
Oh, very good. Well, welcome everyone. Welcome to Minneapolis. I hope the hotel and everything is satisfactory for everyone. I had submitted a written report, and I think it pretty much covers everything that I wanted to say. Tim talked about the current financials. I talked a little bit about the financials from the July report. And if anybody has any questions, I am available to answer those. Otherwise, I can give my time to someone else.
Okay, I just want to pop up that, of course, people who are on, who wanted to pull up on staff, share screens or something like that, of course, we can do that because I have you up on the big screen so everybody can see. So let me move next to Jess Mears. Jess, are you ready to go?
Yes, and I'm calling it my phone. How can I share screen?
That's going to be tough. You're going to have a hard time with the phone. Sorry.
How about someone else, and I'll call right back in on my computer.
Sure, absolutely. It looks to me like Tyler is ready to go. Tyler, you set?
I sure am. Thank you very much. Thank you to the members of the LNC and to libertarians all around the country who are watching this meeting. Like Robert, I submitted a written report. I'm going to let the written report speak to itself broadly. That said, Mr. Fishman did request that I speak more specifically about LP Store over the past couple of months. So as many of you may be aware, in May, LP Store, in terms of fulfillment, we moved our physical packaging, shipping, and the associated inventory management from in-house at LP headquarters to a longtime vendor of ours for literature, the name Maxwell Kennedy, Northern Virginia, to provide fulfillment from LP Store moving forward. There were a number of factors, some of them foreseen, some of them unforeseen, that led through June and into July to a number of delays experienced by our members purchasing off of LP Store. Those included, the overwhelming amount of excitement and interest in Joe Jorgensen's campaign. We saw store orders increase by an order of magnitude, far in excess of even the increase that we had predicted. We also saw some unexpected supply chain slowdowns and issues with some of our vendors, including Masterprint itself, relating to COVID-19 and the various impacts that has had on supply chains. We also saw delays as the fulfillment house worked to take in our existing inventory to get their systems online and running, and to get processes in place for our LP Store data to move into their systems so that they could get fulfillment online and running. Most of those issues had been resolved by the time of my last staff report in terms of the delays, and those processes are now approximately operating. However, in July, upon receiving the first invoice, we realized that because associated with both the increased volume that LP Store was doing and this outside fulfillment arrangement was pretty far out of line with our expectations. Robert Krause deserves a tremendous amount of credit here in working to resolve a number of shipping cost issues to find more efficient and effective ways and lower cost ways to see our products shipped out by our new fulfillment house. Nonetheless, it subsequently still became clear that additional steps were going to be necessary in order to bring LP Store back to a state of profitable operation. We've done an across-the-board analysis, drilling down to the item-by-item level, various items on LP Store from recent batches fulfilled by our fulfillment house. I can, if Dan has permitted to share a screen, I can briefly share the screen here. And what we have found has been. Is that presentation now? All right.
Yeah.
Okay. What we have found in analyzing invoices that we've received from our fulfillment house.
Slow it up a bunch. Perfect. That was me. That's fine.
We should fine tune it. What we have seen in analyzing the several invoices that we have received from our fulfillment house since those initial adjustments were made is that the LP Store has been operating at approximately a 9 and about a 30% loss. As a stopgap, we implemented across the board price increases that should be sufficient to, on their own, close that gap and restore LP Store to profitability. We've also drilled down item by item to determine areas where individual items may be less profitable for us to maintain. Of course, there are some that because of their value to our marketing and brand promotion, we may want to continue to distribute through LP Store, even if those individual items are not profitable, but it's important that we have access to them to make those sort of decisions and determinations. As you can see, a significant portion of the cost is still being driven by shipping charges, and so we're still exploring avenues to do that more efficiently and effectively as LP Store moves forward. I think I can speak for staff and say that we remain tremendously committed to a vision of LP Store that serves its function of promoting the LP brand, of synergizing with larger efforts to spread our message, to providing valuable tools to our affiliates and activists in the field to continue to promote the Libertarian Party and our message. I think we're also all committed to doing that in a way that does not place an excessive burden on staff and does not place a financial burden on the party as a whole. Since somebody made the mistake of actually giving me a microphone and a platform, I will also take the time to say that as we confront these challenges with LP Store and any of the other challenges that we're going to be confronting, there will be many of them in the next 2 months. I can hardly think of a better team to be working with. I feel honored and privileged to be working alongside such a dedicated and tremendously professional staff, to be working with such a wonderful and committed LNC, and to be part of a party that is full of such incredible activists and members and truly wonderful people out there in the field. It's my honor and privilege. I'll be available for any questions that anybody has, and I will let the rest of my written report cover any territory that I can cover here.
If I could quickly, Tyler, go into talking about how previous LP stores we had never reported labor as a cost. If you could briefly address that.
Sure, and I should say there are still some gaps in the costs that we're able to factor in here, and staff time is one of them. But in terms of the labor of physical packaging and shipping, that is of course what we're paying in outside fulfillment houses now. In prior iterations of reporting that have been done on LP Store, where staff was responsible for the packaging, the shipping, the manual labor that went into operating the storefront, that had oftentimes gone either underreported or not being reported at all. So previous discussions of the profitability of LP Store items really tended to take place on the basis of gross profitability, just looking at the cost of goods and what we're selling them for, and looking at gross revenue. Whereas now there's a real quantifiable way that we can incorporate the actual cost of packaging, shipping, fulfillment, the real costs that are being incurred there into our consideration and analysis to be a much more robust and accurate picture of how LP Store is playing into the financial picture of the party. I'll also take a minute to say that the level of increase that we've seen in orders since Dr. Jorgensen's nomination in May has been absolutely astounding. And that were we to be fulfilling those orders in-house, there would be significant staff costs. Not just a burden on current staff time, but likely needing to hire on additional staff. There'd be a challenge in the health environment of COVID-19 in terms of how you could even get the quantity of people we need working in close proximity to fulfill those orders. So in spite of some of the challenges that we've had to work through with this, I still feel that it's been really beneficial and really fortuitous in light of this climate that none of us a year ago could have anticipated having to work in, that we have been able to provide these, have these fulfillment services provided by a third party who's dedicated to that purpose and have not had to try to tackle the issue with the staff.
Awesome, and I'll be coming back to more of the LP Store issues when I get to my section of the report. Jess, you ready to go?
Yes, thank you. Let me pull up my report and I'll get started and I'll keep this brief. Okay, can you see my report?
We can.
Wonderful. Hi, LNC, and welcome to the new LNC representatives to your positions. really looking forward to working with all of you and to getting to know you more over the next 2 years. So my name is Jess. I am our membership manager, and I'm really excited to share with you that our membership team has expanded. So we now have Michelle McCutcheon on the team, and Michelle's role is to do the things that I haven't been able to do yet, which includes membership retention and engagement. This is something that Dan has been impressing upon me. That's a very important role in his administration as executive director. And so with my position, I'm primarily responsible for sending out membership solicitations and coming up with new ideas for our membership appeals. And so having Michelle on board is a really added bonus to keeping our members engaged and making sure that they are being contacted and welcomed into the party appropriately. So really excited for you all to get to hear more from Michelle about what she's doing to champion her position. I am calling in from Greenville, South Carolina. I've temporarily relocated here to Greenville to assist Dr. Jo Jorgensen on the campaign trail. So I am traveling with her, and I've seen a number of you, and I will see a number of you here in the coming weeks as she is going to be hitting a number of states. I have here photographed a couple LNC representatives that should be in the room today that helped me with making a membership pitch at her campaign events. All of them are including a membership pitch. And we've gone through all of the rack cards that are for joining the LP that existed in the office. So 5,000 are on the way to start off Dr. Jorgensen's second bus tour. And we're looking forward to seeing more of these memberships come in. We do not have an appeal code that I know of to track them. Otherwise, I'd let you know how many members specifically have came in just because of Dr. Jorgensen's events and passing out literature. So I included in my report, which my apologies for sending to you so late last night, membership revenue and the percentage of revenue that comes in through membership. You'll see there was a decline in the number of dollars that came in August. So I wanted to share a little bit of background with you there. I'm sure Tara's going to go over, there's a super mailer that went out to a very, very large list from our house list, and in that are a number of lapsed members, people who have been away for a long time. We're hoping to see those come in. Those ERAs are right now hitting, and we're seeing those come back. So we're looking forward to a lot of members being reactivated. But due to timing, there was not a renewal mailing sent out for 1 month because of the super mailer. So we're back on schedule now with the renewal mailing going back out, and that super mailer is bringing the responses back in. So we're looking forward to a really healthy September. The membership card itself fees, those are something I talk about all the time with the active LNC reps that have been with us before. This is such an amazing program. If you can encourage more people to participate, it's a great way to bring in more members and show people a little bit about the psychology behind it. People are really attracted to human faces. So when they see a human face on social media, they stop and engage with it. And when they see the membership card and they see that this person is claiming to be a libertarian, they wonder why they themselves don't have this card. And it causes them to come and process through the system and become a member. The majority of the people that are joining through the probably LP selfies, we track those, so we know exactly how many people are coming through that. They're mostly all new members. And I included also some things that I would like to continue to advocate for to improve our membership and our fundraising abilities for membership. So thank you all for indulging me this morning. Best wishes for your LNC meeting. I look forward to working with all of you more closely.
Awesome, thank you very much, Jess. Michelle, you ready to go? You are muted. There you go. All set.
Let me get mine up and we will go.
And while Michelle was pulling that up, Robert did let me know it is possible to track those memberships. 217 new members through the Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen events.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Go down to the bottom right and click present now.
I did. My internet's starting to lag.
All right.
So, for now, until it decides to share, which I clicked on, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Michelle McCutcheon. I'm newer to the team, as Jeff said. I'm the membership associate reporting directly to Jeff. So my primary mission is to engage our members, make them feel welcome, keep them tied, get them right into state and local levels, and keep up our retention. Right now, for the month, I came on a few days into July. In my report, it shows you I contacted 1,441 members. If I don't personally reach you, and sometimes even if I do, I also send an email. For those, since we have such a high volume during a presidential cycle, if I don't get to call you, I send a personalized email via mail merge and ask them to spend up the time that they'd like to talk to me. Also co-hosting with Chris Clemens from our development division. Our new member welcome hangout every single Tuesday. We've had a lot of great engagement there. And I feel very, very privileged to be able to talk to the newbies who are so excited about Dr. Jorgensen, about our party, and getting them tied in. And for August stats, I can contact 1,381 new members. And right now, our year-to-date on lapsed members is up 0.88%. Our total active members is up 43.73% year-to-date. And that's it.
Those are outstanding numbers, Michelle. Thank you very much. We're going to go over to some of the people in-house. Paul, are you ready? And then we'll do Karen on deck. Do you have anything that you want to plug that in?
Hello, I'm Paul Bazell, and I work for the candidates in candidate support. I'm just going to go ahead and give a brief overview of some of the more strategically sensitive things we'll go over in a closed session. But some things I can tell you from statistics are, so far we have raised, the Fremont County Libertarian Party raised $55,000. The door knocks since August 1st, we have 9,678. Candidate fundraising for specifically targeted candidates in South Dakota, Wyoming, Colorado, and some other locations, totals $39,674. We've sent 8 mailers, phone calls made 13,983. That started since September 1st. We did start later thanks to COVID. It has been a challenge. Campaigning was a challenge. We did poll early on to figure out which activities would be best. It varied too much. The plan was we were going to put out a guide to try to give best practices on campaigning in COVID, but it varied far too much in different jurisdictions to be able to do anything that was uniform, depending on political parties, depending on urban versus suburban, etc. The variations were just too extreme for us to be able to put out a comprehensive guide that would be effective. Luckily, as time has gone on, it has become easier to do the campaigning in a COVID climate. It did cause us to start slower. It was also made it more difficult to hire canvassing teams. People were very hesitant to fly across the country and knock on random strangers' doors when there was a pandemic happening. So that did also have a fairly large impact on the situation. There are some significant positives in the flagship race in Bethany Valdez's race in District 55. We've had some significant successes. We have knocked every door one time, and we are about halfway through the second knock right now. There have been 3 mailers sent out. She received the endorsement of the Wyoming Realtors, which comes with about $5,500 worth of donations and advertising and things like that. She received the donation or the endorsement of Wyoming Gun Owners Association, which is the first time in history that they have given a Libertarian an endorsement. That came with donations as well as mailers. She received the endorsement of the mayor, the current mayor, the former 3 mayors of the city she's running in, the incoming Republican senator for District 26, which governs her district, and probably the most significant was David Miller, who in 2018 she came within 53 votes of unseating, and he is now a very ardent supporter, is assured where he goes, and speaks very, very highly of Bethany as his personal pick for the replacement. Outside of that project, I have consistently been working on what happens on the 4th of November, because there is a day after Election Day. We are working with elected officials to create an elected official support network. This will allow elected officials to stay in touch with each other, to have model ordinances, to have a support system. This came about because when I was making phone calls to try to recruit candidates for 2020, I started first with our bench of lower level candidates, our lower level elected officials, and it became very clear very quickly that nobody had reached out to those candidates after they had gotten elected, or very rarely. Karen and I do a lot of that work, but in the past it hasn't happened very much. So we are going to try to create a support network so that they're not out in the dark. A lot of our elected officials we had to remove from our page because they had actually left the party because they did not receive a lot of support from our party. So we're going to try to rectify that problem. And then I think that's basically it. And then I will be returning for additional questions at another time. Thank you. Yes.
So just so you didn't say this explicitly, just so you all know, Mr. Pizell has requested some time in executive session to discuss political strategy. So what I propose that we do is we do whatever Q&A we want to do for him that doesn't require that. We'll hear from the other staff members and do other Q&A, and then excuse the gallery. We'll do the executive session for that, as well as the litigation executive session. Does anybody have I know it's a little awkward because basically we send him home and we keep bringing him up, but if anybody has a better idea, I'm happy to hear. Are those better ideas or questions?
Question.
Okay. All right, so that's what we'll do. Thank you for questions.
Yes.
Sorry. All right, Mr. Pizell, thank you for the outstanding work you've been doing on the Frontier project. That's absolutely phenomenal. I'm excited to see the success we're having there. What things do you think this body could do to support your November 4th or post-election, or do we have a name for that project? What do you need from us?
I'm really bad at naming projects. Friendship Project was lightning in the bottle. I'm really, really terrible at naming things. So no, there's no name for it.
We have 20 projected names.
Okay, so this body needs names. Is there anything else that you could use from this body prior to our budget meeting, which presumably will be in December, that we could get the ball rolling while we're here assembled, or something that we just should discuss on email? Or what are you asking from this body right now to support?
The chair and the executive committee, the incoming chair and the executive committee have been very, very supportive. And I feel like we have what we need to move forward. I don't think there's any additional asks that we need. The challenges now are outside of the realm of the LNC. That's more dealing with, low applications for canvassers and things like that. Those are things that we can't really rectify from the outside.
Okay, I appreciate that. That was literally Dustin's question as well.
And on our own budget, significantly.
Sure. I think what Mr. Pizell meant to say was more canvassers.
Yes.
So if you know people who might be out of work right now with the current crisis and would be willing to go to a nice cold state and knock on doors, send them our way.
Cold and you.
That sounds so awesome. First of all, I would like to thank those guests and LNC members who came out to the door knocking event. The value of that cannot be understated. We were able to get through almost 3 complete precincts last night. And Burnsville has 17, so that was a big step. It was a morale booster. But the other thing that it does is it shows our candidates that you are willing to get your hands dirty and be active. And I cannot thank you enough for that.
that meant so much, and it means so much to not just that candidate, but all of our candidates to know that they have that support from you. So thank you, and you should definitely be commended for that. My report, which I believe you all have, yes, okay. So I'm definitely not going to read the report. I just want to highlight a couple items. The first being the 2021 Regional State Affiliate and Candidate Training. And then we're also going to be probably rolling in some training that our development director will be discussing as well. What we're looking for is we're looking for each region to pick their city and state that they want this to be hosted in this year, and their date, and we need to get those on the calendar as quickly as possible. So please look at your calendars, talk to your regions.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you. What's a good range so that I know, so I'm not doing it at a bad time? Any time in 2021 or?
That is up to you and your region for when you wish to do this. This will be something that we do in odd number years, and even number years, we will be offering this type of in-depth training to strengthen both our candidates and campaign teams, but also our state affiliates at the convention. So that's how we're looking at doing this. We did the test in a couple regions last year. They were extremely successful. And so that's why we're going ahead with this rollout in 2021. I am shifting more towards 2021 and 2022 in the work that I'm presently doing. I do have an ask for the body to consider. And before I do that, we will be doing our candidate aftercare again this year, so I will be talking to regional reps and at-large as well to assist me with that, because we have more candidates running this year than we did last year, and I do like those calls to take place within 48 hours after the election. So that is quite the effort to get that done. The ask that I am looking at is resuming something that we had in process in 2017, 2018, but had to suspend temporarily due to budget crunch that we were under. The first step in that program was to be able to offer websites and some other services to our candidates. That is the number one requested thing from candidates that they were asking from me again in 2019 and again this year, of an absolute flat-out need that they have. A quality website that functions well with a donation button. The next step in that project was going to be then to have kind of a campaign in a box for candidates who do need this and can't develop it on their own, which would mean they have the website, they have the yard sign, and they also have literature that they can hand out and be designed. We don't print that, but it's there to be designed. The benefit to us was we were receiving the back end of their data. And again, we're all very focused on data. And if we have all of these candidates expanding our data and our reach and our potential, this could be incredibly huge for our party, both nationally, state affiliates, everything. The third step in this was to explore replicating what the Republicans and Democrats do with Act Blue and Win Red. Those are one-stop portals for candidates and issues. If you're not familiar with those websites, please check them out. They're amazing. And I believe the Democrats at this point have raised over $6 billion just in their portal. What the user experience is they enter that portal, they can put their address in or that kind of thing, and they get alerts and they find out what candidates are running in that area. They can get connected to issues. It ties into SMS pushes. It ties into donation. It really makes everything that we're talking about as far as staff and also what you all are talking about come together and function really well for the user experience. The ask is not to greenlight that we do this. The ask is that we have 4 hours of 4 days of a contractor's time to do a really in-depth discovery of what, like, our everything wish list for this project. Because we can't even ask the right questions yet until we have that discovery. And the questions will have to do with issues of security. If we're doing these websites and it's tight in the background, how about security? How are we going to process donations? Should we be processing donations for candidates? Legal issues. Also, just what does the body want to do or not do? What are you interested in? What does that look like? So the ask is that we have 4 days of Ryan Waterbury's time to flesh this out, do a discovery, and do this the right way in a very thoughtful manner. So that's the ask that, that I am proposing for this body. And I stand for questions.
How much money do you estimate we should budget for these asks?
So, yeah, so really it's hours, so it's, 8 hours a day and 4 days of.
Essentially 32 hours of consultant's time, and I believe that he's billing us at $25 an hour, but it might be like 27.
So the ask is very modest.
Also for the website and the candy and the body sandwich.
We won't know that until the discovery is done.
Exactly.
So that's what sort of, this is the setup for that, to come up with hard fast numbers.
Do you really think that 4 days is enough time? Because to me, that's a week to 2 week process to really flush it out. So I'm concerned that you're not asking for enough time.
I would certainly not turn down the possibility of more time. The fantastic thing is we've been working with Brian Waterbury. He helped us with starting this project in 2017 and 2018. We work very well with him. And he has been investigating doing this exact thing for a couple of years. Like, this has been a real driving need, and he's realized that this is a need that we have. I would not turn down more time.
That 4 days, that was his estimate.
And that would include him coming up with some mocked up graphics, because some of us like to look at a blueprint, and others of us like to look at the picture of the car. So that way we can have both.
I'll put it this way, does anyone object to us exploring the feasibility of this project? Sharon?
I thank the body.
All right, next we have Card Assistant, Director of Development, and let me just make sure that I have her presentation ready to go.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Tara.
I've spent a lot of one-on-one time with some of our reoccurring members, but I'm just starting to get to know some of the new members. I'm really looking forward to working together on fundraising. I'm very, very interested in the project that Kara is talking about. I think helping our candidates understand the mechanics of fundraising can only help benefit our party in the long run. So I'm very, very happy to hear that you're considering this. Is this the correct report? I just updated it.
No, I don't have it. Sorry, go ahead.
This is, yep.
This is the one I modeled, Secretary.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just updated it today. So I wanted to put new information because since I turned in my staff report last week, some of you have done some call time with me and we have raised some more money, and so I wanted to reflect that in my report as well. I always like to drag out when I do my report because it always looks better 5 days after I built it.
Well, while he's pulling that up, I would like to thank the following members of the board who are pledge donors. Ms. Villieu, myself, Ms. Epke, Mr. Ferreira, Mr. Hagan, Mr. Hall, Ms. Harlos, Ms. Hogarth, Mr. Longstreth, Mr. Nicola, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Sarwar, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Valente. You're sending a signal that you're investing in the organization, and frankly, I want to go to donors and be able to say that our board is invested in our board. I hope anybody whose name I didn't call will mob Tara after her presentation and become a pledge donor, even if it's at $5 a month. It shows that you are committed to the vision of the organization.
Yes, I also want to thank Mr. Lucchini for a significant contribution that he made to the Frontier Project yesterday. So, well, yes, pledges are important. Those big bulk donations are also really significant to the party, and we appreciate it greatly.
Thank you.
Yeah. I have a lot of charts to show you, and so I can't really explain so much. What I do have is information from data we collect and run through Razor's Edge, which is our fundraising tool. So they give us a lot of pretty graphs that I feel like I should share with you. As I mentioned in my report, my goal is to always provide in my staff reports new information to help you all make better decisions in the future. These are actions by fundraiser. As you can see, some of our staff are meeting, which is great because we employ them full-time to do those things. LNC members are not full-time paid staff, and so the time that they spend in fundraising is voluntarily. So I just want to highlight those individuals who have been making time to do call time with me or Becca Compton to make sure that we are touching all of the regions. One of the reasons why this is so important is because I am literally typing on my computer at my home all day. I have no idea what's going on in your regions. You are all very closely connected to your regions. And so when you speak to donors, you're going to have so much more valid information as to the needs that they have, as to answers to the questions that they have about regional concerns. Sure, I can answer things about the Joe Jorgensen campaign as I know it, and I'll talk a little bit about that collaboration. But I really want to just make sure you understand the importance of you being a part of the fundraising process. This is not a one-man job, and I've expressed that in other LNC meetings, and I think it's resonating with all of you. So I appreciate you. This is the revenue that we have raised. I don't know if I can blow this up any further. Yeah, here we go. So we've raised 1.6 million this year, and you can see that to date in 2020. And given a pandemic, you know, we've really made sure that we've made really strong efforts to connect with individuals and meet them where they're at. And we are on track to surpass 18 and 19 numbers. Unfortunately, NXT doesn't provide me the opportunity to go further back in graphs. I did at the last LNC meeting provide a further breakdown going all the way back into 2015 in a spreadsheet. But unfortunately, I can't show that to you in a graph. You can see our average gift is $51, which is great. When I first started, the average gift was $32. And so to see that number tick up month to month is very, very important. cut up here. What else? We are building out our stewardship strategy. I have been working very closely with our chairman to identify how we want to classify our donorships and how we want to treat them special. Obviously, donors are the lifeblood of the party, and so making sure they understand that we respect the level of giving that they do is going to be imperative, not only for keeping them, but also for bringing in new members. We just recently, working closely with the Jorgensen campaign, picked up a new member of the Chairman's Circle whose net worth is in the billions, and that was very exciting for us. And we look forward to building that relationship as an ongoing relationship and finding more members of the Chairman's Circle to be part.
And I want to acknowledge Mr. Phillips for helping with that, being a part of helping with that.
We have been working very closely with the Jorgensen campaign. We've been sharing data, we've been sharing donors, we've been sharing call time with them. I've been doing call time with them myself. At times it's very hard to get them to get our candidates to find the time on the road to be able to make those calls, but we have been working towards those goals as well. And we are very, very fortunate. I have been educated that previous election cycles have not had such cohesion between the presidential nominee, the campaign, and the party. And so to have that cohesion is really, really important and benefiting us, both at the campaign level and at the party level. We are doing virtual donor summits. Virtual donor summits are happening quarterly. They are not asks, they are opportunities for our highest donors, those who have given at least $2,000 to the party, and that will go up as we expand, but at least giving $2,000 to the party in a year to be able to engage with our chairman, to engage with our staff, to engage with our executive director, to have an opportunity to engage with our candidates. We are giving them an opportunity to feel like they are important to the party. And so we'll continue that as that goes on, and that's been very successful. Also, legacy donorships. We have seen less requests this year than we have in previous years, and so understanding the importance of requests to the party, we are advertising in a much more aggressive fashion. Obviously, COVID has left us all feeling a little bit vulnerable and thinking about what kind of experience we want to leave to our families, to our country, and then some. So we are making this readily available to individuals, and we've had 4 individuals who have recently signed up to be legacy donors and just identify themselves to the party. They're giving, but they're not yet, obviously, they have yet to expire in life, and hopefully it will be a few years before they do. But we are prepared to take that gift when the time comes. These, I showed you all this model in Reno, for those of you who were at the Reno event. I showed you in January what our donorship retention looked like. And I have a comparison of that chart as of right now. You can see that, yes, we have significant amounts of lapsed donors, but we've also acquired at least 5,000 new donors, which is fantastic. We are really looking at our at-risk donors and how we can recapture them. And you can see that we've doubled our efforts to recapture donors as well. This is a beautiful chart that the chairman also included in his strategic plan of our active donors from 2012 to present. And you can see that we are not quite there with 2016 numbers, but we are very, very close. And we've got 2 months before the election cycle ends. We've got 4 months before the season expires, or 3.5 months. And so there is time to reach those goals, and there are great goals in front of us. I believe we can reach them. Our appeals team is working to process out appeals once a week those are bringing in anywhere from $2,500 to $4,000 each email that goes out. So we're making sure that that content is not just dismissed by those readers who get those emails, but there's actual substance in there that they can feel like they have new information to celebrate with us, or they understand why the asks are imperative. So we've been working very, very hard on that. I have to thank Becca Congdon and Chris Clements, who are both beautiful writers. The development team could not be successful without quality writers, because that is a good portion of what development needs to do, is explain and excite people. And so my team is phenomenal. I'm so, so happy, and I thank you, the LNC body, for building that team for me. I appreciate you very much so. You can see our year-over-year retention. We are kind of low at the moment on the year-over-year retention, and so we need to, Dan Fishman has been working very hard with the membership team to make sure that those one-time members that came on are finding connections to us so that we can keep them linked to all the activities that are going on. And that's also where you come into play, helping us identify what is going on in your region so that we at National are able to express those activities to people within those regions. This is our rolling donor retention. And just another beautiful graph for you folks. Year-over-year donor acquisition. This is where we're doing great. You know, 2020 may be miserable for some people, but what's happening right now is that more Americans are getting disaffected by the two-party system. They are seeing the toxicity that's occurring. They see that both parties are not offering them the kinds of options that they're looking for, and they're reaching to liberty. And we're here to capture them. So whereas I just came on in November, and I can't necessarily go back in time and fix issues that previous donors have had or previous members have had, what I can do is focus on these people and make sure that they have a fantastic experience with the party. So that's where I'm putting a majority of my energy. Also, our year-over-year revenue acquisition. We're doing very well in this. This year, we've recaptured 1,720 donors. We are recapturing at a rate of 5.8%. We brought in $132,000 from recaptured donors. And that's just, you know, maybe they hadn't received a phone call, or maybe, you know, they blocked us on emails and we just needed to find another way to get to them. Or they're not opening our emails anymore, or their emails are going to spam. Just identifying those problems and just reminding them that we're here and we're ready and we're working very, very hard. And we'll wrap this up with a couple of goals that I have planned. You see here the dates that I am anticipating for the virtual donor summits. Those are happening quarterly. They do not need a budget. They're very low-key, low expenditure projects. The Lifetime of Liberty celebration, Steve Nikila and I have talked a little bit about that. We tried to do it last year, but there were a lot of hiccups in the way. We're really, really hoping that this celebration can occur for our lifetime members in the Florida Keys. We've got a great location there with a lot of opportunities, and I hope to keep working with him on that. The first convocation of the Association of Libertarian Educators. In previous discussions, I've talked a little bit about a pipeline project, and I think we're looking at renaming that to something along the lines of the Freedom Trail. I'm from Boston, what can I say? It's actually something that our executive director came up with, and I love, but it's identifying youth strategies to bring them into the party. And the way that I'd like to do this is to identify educators across the country who are dealing with these individuals and are able to touch them regularly. And just finding out what kind of challenges they're facing, how they can be supportive, and really bringing them together as a professional association to mix and mingle and understand each other so they don't feel necessarily so isolated from the libertarian community. This is my hope. I hope to have it in Boston. Ideally, I'd love to have it at an Ivy League institution in Boston. But I would like your blessing to move forward on that. That is one of the asks that I have. Next, as Kara mentioned, I'm looking to do a grassroots operations workshop. I am a political operative. Apollo, Kara, we are political operatives. This is our life. This is what we do. What I see around this country is that our candidates don't have enough qualified political operatives. And so we need to train those people. We need to teach our candidates how to fundraise. We need to teach operatives how to fundraise, how to open a bank account for to accept money. We have a candidate who's running against somebody who's very, very toxic in the political climate. And you know what? They didn't even open up a bank account. They just put their name on the ballot. Money would roll in if we just had an account set up for that individual. And just having the tools, giving them the tools to understand how to do those things, teaching them all the mechanics of campaigning, those are things that we want to put more effort into. And I am hoping that Kara has regional options planned. I'm sure that I cannot travel to all those regions for all of those events, but this would be an intensive training post those regional events. And I'd like to do it in the central location of Kansas City. I'd like to do a Chairman's Circle event. We have, that's going to be a little more involving, obviously, our chairman on the details of that, but I'd like to do a specialty event just for those people who have contributed over $25,000 in a single year to this party. Identifying them, it's a small group. We can make them feel special. They are special. They are important. And giving them an opportunity to do something specifically with the chairman, such as a golf event or a boating event, a fishing event, that will be determined in the future. But I'd like to plan that in late summer. Most exciting thing on here is our 50th anniversary coming up next year. We are going to be celebrating 50 years of this party, and that is exciting. It is exciting because our constituents are ready for it. It is a continual fundraising opportunity for us in a non-election year. And you know what? Everybody's been stuck at home for so long. How exciting would it be to get together and celebrate? God willing, COVID will not be an issue in 2021 of next year, but I want to be ready for it. And my idea is to go back to our founding state of Colorado and build an Oktoberfest, just a full out celebration, a jovial celebration. Nobody has to do anything. Nobody has to work. It's not like a convention where we put in so much energy trying to make sure it's perfect for everyone. This will be perfect because it's just for celebrating. And celebrations are what binds communities. And so this is a really fantastic opportunity, and I'd love your blessing to move forward on it. In my head, I see 3 tents, a music tent, a food and beer tent, and a VIP donors and LNC members tent. That is my vision. I hope you will get on board with me. And finally, I'd like to do a Chairs Holiday celebration. I'd like to do this in wine country, and I'd like it to be classy. And that'll come together more towards the end of the year and conversing with the chair about his desires for that event.
You know, I'm a Southern California, not a Northern.
So with that, I'm asking for $50,000 to be put in the budget for events for next year. I think that we could do a lot of these events with that budget. So a lot of these events don't require much of a budget, so I think that we would be able to accomplish a lot with that level of funding. Other annual collaborative events expected: Students for Liberty's annual conference, God willing, that doesn't get canceled again. Freedom Fest in July, and the Liberty Forum, the Road to Freedom Unconvention, Work Fest, and LSLA, which is
Libertarian Student Leaders Association.
right, Libertarian Student Leaders Association.
State chairs.
Libertarian State Leadership Association. I'm still getting familiar with the alphabet soup of the Libertarian Party, so please bear with me. And then internal development goals, these are important. I want us to really deep dive into the segmentation of our data, to look at our donors and understand what their values are, what their triggers are, where they came from. I want to know more about them so that when we are sending out appeals, we can be more targeted towards those individuals. And we are not flooding people with information that they don't want, because that makes them turn us off. And we want to turn them on. Consistent direct mail schedule and evaluation. I've worked very, very hard to try to get direct mail pieces out pretty regularly. Our appeals team works very, very hard on this. It's been difficult, but some of you may have received the new Joe Jorgensen piece that we sent out. That was one of our largest mail outs it's definitely the largest mail out we've done in our time, my time with the LNC, but that is generating significant revenues, not only for us, but also for the Joe Jorgensen campaign. And so we look forward to doing more direct mail pieces. A lot of our significant donors are of an age where they're not necessarily engaged online. And so our direct mail appeals are the only experience they have with us. And so I like to be more consistent and really look at those numbers and see how we can do that better. Standard operations procedure formalization. I have not yet had time to teach all the various members of the team who are entering data how to do it uniformly. And I would like to spend some real quality time to make sure that our data is uniformly being put in. Because if everybody's doing it different, we're gonna have non-hygienic data. It's gonna be dirty, it's not gonna be as useful. And I can see Ken's head bobbing up and down because he knows exactly what I'm talking about. And then finally, the city CRM integration. I've been working with Andy and Ken to understand the tools of the city CRM and how we can utilize fundraising through that. It's not there yet. It doesn't have some of the features that we want, so we haven't yet to migrate fundraising over to it, but we're trying to build this tool to be exactly what we need. And so there's a lot of conversations going on about how to integrate that and how to share data with the state affiliates so that we can work as teams fundraising and really build the party in a way that's not factionalized or segmented. We really want everybody to come together and help build this party. And the way that we do that is putting them all under one umbrella. So that's what I have for you. I just want to show you this last chart that Blackbaud gives us, and this is comparing our data to other organizations. And you will have this in my staff report as well. But all of the organizations that use NXT or Razor's Edge, all of that information gets aggregated, and this is a comparison of how we stand in relation to those organizations. This is interesting because most nonprofits don't have caps to giving levels. We have caps to our giving levels. There are so many more rules and regulations about how we take in donations in comparison to other nonprofits. So to see us succeeding in these ways and to see our shortfalls are still above average, they are goals that we can work towards. This helps me understand how we can plan our strategies moving forward and really gives us an attaboy for the good work that we are doing. So with that, I'll take questions.
All right, we'll go around for questions and comments. I'm going to start with me. This is in my written report, but I'd like to commend the members of the committee who donated their time to assist Tara with fundraising in the last 2 months. And that's Karen Ann Harlos, John Phillips, Stephen Nikela, Chris Lucchini, and Laura Ebke. Thank you for that. For everybody else, we're going to be working very hard to get you into this system and helping with our goals there. I know many of you signed a pledge prior to your election to assist with fundraising. And I want to reassure you that it's not scary. Fundraising is actually 3 completely different skills. There's prospecting, which is finding donors who have both capacity and interest in donating to our organization. There is asking, which is figuring out what our pitch is and getting the meeting with a phone call in order to make that pitch. And then there is stewarding, thanking them, making sure they're kept informed of what's going on, and setting them up for future pitches. It's often put under the umbrella of fundraising, but it's 3 completely different skills, and no matter where you are on the introversion to extroversion spectrum, you are good at least one of those things, and we're going to find out what it is. So look forward to that. Tara did mention, a lot of meetings that I've been having with her, and that has been focused mainly on systematizing our strategy on all 3 of those things. And we're not yet at the completions phase of it. We're still working on it, but a lot of good conversations, and I'm very optimistic about our potential. I think there's about $900,000 of unasked gifts in our database just from donors we currently have. And then lots and lots of thank yous needed. I mean, if all you want to do is thank donors who have given, we've got plenty of that to do. The other comment I have is just kind of a side comment based on just something you threw up. Tara raised, I think it's the first person to raise the idea of coalitions at this meeting, us working with other organizations either within the Libertarian sphere or outside of it, but who may agree with us on an issue or a couple of issues. In the past, we've kind of had LNC members take that on their own initiative, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that. I'd like to explore whether we want to be a little bit more official on designating LNC members to be liaisons to various entities that we want to work with. I think we do that for the LSLA, which we ultimately figured out what it stood for. There's plenty of other organizations, and I'm sure if I pass a sheet around, we filled a sheet with organizations that maybe we want to consider having regular conversations with about strategy and implementation. So that's something to keep in mind as an idea. And I didn't have a question. I guess, do you agree with all that?
I do, Mr. Chair.
All right. We'll go around for questions. We got Aaron, John, and Richard.
Hey Tara, so I totally love the proposed event planning goals. Yeah, events are my thing, right? We talked about it. I'm curious though, if you feel like these events should fall under development. There's certainly development potential there and places that development could benefit there. But from where I'm sitting, I see these as activism, outreach, and political division work. And considering how finite our staff resources are, I'm wondering if they wouldn't better be handled under those umbrellas where they clearly, to me anyway, belong. And then that way just allowing development to benefit in the addition on the end. I mean, a lot of these things, a donor summit, sure, development all the time, but Lifetime of Liberty celebration, the Association of Libertarian Educators, and grassroots. I see grassroots as something that maybe Kara Schultz or Apollo Pizzell should be heading up. The Chairman's Circle event, a lot of these are great ideas. My other concern with these is I would like to know if you run a cost-benefit analysis on any of these, consider what hosting these events are going to cost us, and whether or not you can show us that there will be a financial benefit and not a loss, especially in a time of COVID and shutdown.
What I can say is that activism and outreach are definitely components that I would love to see be a part of this, but these are things that I plan on fundraising towards. This is not just, I'm asking for the LNC to allocate me a budget to move forward, but each of these events, the first convocation of the Association of Libertarian Educators, I have people ready to give to that project should this body move forward on it. There is money to be made there, and so that is why these ideas are important. Also, you know, LNC members themselves have brought individuals to me who are very, very excited about that particular project. I have nowhere to plug them into yet. I do believe it is a development goal. I do believe that it's going to raise a significant amount of money for us. Each of these are going to raise good amounts of money. We need events to fundraise towards. We need goals. And I do believe that part of development's goals are to grow our party's membership as well. I believe that membership is part of the development process, and what we want to do is develop the party into a larger entity. You may or may not agree. I see you shaking your head. And we could talk about this, but I would like to move forward on these are the events that I think are beneficial to the donorship of our party. But again, I would love and welcome any other support. As far as Kara and Apollo leading the grassroots operation, I've already spoken to both of them. We are going to work together. And again, I see my role as fundraising towards that goal and then planning out the mechanics of what that is. So it's an all-inclusive strategy. And I am not of the thought process that we should be breaking projects up necessarily in between people. I believe development should be touching all of it and supporting all of it and making sure our donorship knows all of the things that are going on in our party so that they can give where they're excited about.
Mr. Phillips.
Two-parter. First is just confirmation, the money you're asking for is next year's budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll be discussing that at the next meeting. But my question to you is very similar to the one that I posed to Kara. Looking at the list of events that you have up there, I think that you're under asking. I think that you need to be looking more in the 75 to 100 range for the events that you're looking at right there, having a background and that kind of thing.
So I try to be modest in my ask, and I really think that my job is to also fundraise towards all of those asks. And so yes, this is what I'm asking from the LNC. I expect more donorship towards all of these events. So if you want to give me $75,000, I'm going to put it to good use. But I'm trying to be modest with your budget. I understand the constraints that we're all under. I understand that, January is not going to look like October. And so I'm thinking consciously about that as you guys plan your next budget. So again, I welcome more money.
When we present it, it will be to the penny. And then it'll be up to the body to decide what the priorities are. Mr. Long.
All right, so one quick comment. I don't think it would be too much for any person in this room to maybe do 2 hours a month with any member of the development department to make phone calls. I am one of those people who historically has been very involved. However, if you're unaware, it's been a very busy 2 months for me. Moving across the country, I've been engaged. There's all sorts of stuff going on in my life right now. So I've not been able to participate on that level, but believe me, once my move is settled down, I'm leaning back into it. I think 2 hours is 1 hour every 2 weeks. I would challenge every member of this body to find 1 hour every 2 weeks to get in touch with the development department and make phone calls. My preference is stewardship. That's where I'm good at. That's what I enjoy. Derek can attest to that. That is what I'm good at. I'm not good at fundraising, but if you're a fundraiser, then gosh darn it, we need fundraisers. Get out there and do the ask. That's what we need. There's also opportunities to write emails, to write all sorts of stuff. So if you're not that type of person who likes to get on the phone and ask, there are other opportunities. But there is no reason that every single person who is committed to be on this national body cannot spend 2 hours a month doing what they can to raise money for this organization. That's my ask to all of you and my challenge to all of you. As far as I've got a couple of comment suggestions. So suggestion, we were talking about getting uniform data put out to the rest of the development department as far as inputs and that sort of thing. My suggestion would be that we write a guide as you do that and refine that guide as you continue to teach it out. That way, as new members come in, they already have that guide and we don't have to rebuild the basis. So I think that's probably in your mind, but if not, please consider. And then I did have 2 questions, and one is more rhetorical and kind of a long term. So that's going to be, to Aaron's point, the cost benefit analysis on some of these events. If you could, on some of these events, kind of justify that $50,000 ask as to this is what it costs, this is what we expect to get out of it prior to our budget meeting, or at least get it to XCOM that way we consider as we're planning the budget to present to the group. I think that would be beneficial and kind of give us a little bit more meat and potatoes as opposed to, I think we all like the idea, but understanding kind of the level of thought we've given to it would help us kind of determine if that's justified or not. The other thing is I heard your report went into retention and shared a lot of the charts, as well as I noticed the membership report also did. I know that is overlapping territory. Who is taking the lead on retention? Is it the development department or the membership department, or is it truly both of the 2 different heads kind of going different directions with it and seeing where it goes?
We're not going 2 different directions. I work with Michelle McCutcheon as well, who's on the phone. I train her up on what we need her to do for stewardship as well. It's segmented by giving amount, and so we are doing the same processes of touches. We're making sure that different people are taking care of different levels, so levels don't get, they don't fall through the cracks. Individuals who are at the lower level of giving don't fall through the cracks because they don't get touched. So it's a specialization. It's not, they're doing this and we stay in our lane. It's not like that at all.
Okay.
I'm really proud of our staff because, you know, the agile system that Dan has put into place has given us the opportunity. I know you've been on stand-ups. It gives us the opportunity to discuss what we're doing every single day and find those collaboration points where we can work together. I don't believe in necessarily breaking it all up in little, you know.
Your lane, my lane.
Your lane, my lane. I do like my lane, and I like to understand what's in my lane, but I like to make sure that I'm supporting all the other lanes in what is going on as well.
Okay, and that makes a lot of sense. My bigger concern would be our you know, if Justice heading us in one direction on retention, you're heading us in another direction on retention that are not overlapping. And I know that Razor's Edge, as long as comments are being put in accurately, it reduces that chance of double calling the same person. And that's my concern. I know we had that concern a while ago. And I'm sure Dan can talk a little bit during this staff report about some of the things that we've done to simplify that process. So that's all the questions I got. Do I need to pass this thing?
Mr. Hammond.
All right, so as one of the people that promised to set up a plan, I'm going to ask for myself, everybody in the room, and everybody watching, what is the easiest way to get that ball rolling? Like, what email address? How should we start? Just email you, or?
Yeah, email me directly. It's
For the people online, you want to spell it out?
Yeah, you can email me at tara@lphq.org if you want to be part of a fundraising strategy. What I hesitate on is I have a lot of candidates across the country that are working on local races that reach out to me all the time asking for support in fundraising. And my capacity doesn't really allow me that kind of privilege to do that. So I would really, I really want to focus my time and energy on working with each of you. And then if each of you want to then work with, I give you all data when we do call time. I'm talking to you about each of our donors. I'm giving you intelligence on who they are and what you are able to work with candidates that are approved by state affiliates to do that kind of existential fundraising. And so that would really be my wish, is to just work here with you, because our development staff is so small. But if somebody wants to work on a big donor and wants to work directly with me, I'm happy to do that as well.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Just a very quick comment. When you talked about the events, I heard the passion in your voice. I tend to think whoever's passionate about something should be the one who's doing it, rather than necessarily strict things, because you'll put your soul into it. And I've talked with you about some of these events, so even though I can see Ms. Adams' point that it might not be strictly your thing, I think your passion has made it your thing.
Thank you. Mr. Hewitt. Supervisor.
I think that Richard just made his own point clear that he's ready to move from stewardship to asks, because he did a fine job of shaving the rest of us right then for getting 2 hours. That's giving him a big hand. He's ready to go to big time now.
We have 2 minutes.
I just want to say, I hope you all found yourselves at your giving capacity at this point. And if you can just reflect personally on what levels you've been able to contribute to this party, and really consider if that's the maximum contribution that you can give, then that's it. But if you can give more, please do, and I'm happy to work with you towards that. So thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you, Governor. Dan, you have 90 seconds.
Last quarter, good. Thank you. We pop up my report, and I will say the 3 most exciting words that we heard. I will be brief. That's a horrible. You guys are counting. 45 seconds. All right, I will try to be relatively brief. Quick summary, we had an excellent quarter in spite of adverse scenarios. We have completed 4 consecutive quarters of membership growth, increase in avenues of fundraising. Obviously, fundraising itself has increased, but a critical element to that is that we have increased the methods in which we are pursuing fundraising. Think of it akin to instead of a tree growing up, we are also growing broad. And as the leaves spread out, we gather more water. 2020 revenue is already the 2nd highest year of revenue the LNC has had in the last 20 years, not counting 2016. I believe that 2016 is in our sights. We're going to have to work on it, but it has been exceptional. As you guys know, we had the hybrid convention in Orlando. Ballot access appears to be completed successfully. We're getting ready to begin some prospecting on Facebook to try to continue to explode membership, and synergy between the presidential campaign and the LNC has been very rewarding. Talking about the growth of membership, this chart, which you guys can see on the big screen as well. If you look at August 2019 to where we are now, August 20, that's a good curve. We should be proud of that. It happened because of you guys really getting out there. People who are actively recruiting in membership back in the fall, put a lot of effort into it. It's a good thing. Where our membership is now, we are going down to a little further. I do want to point out that one of the things that the chair said, it's not surprising to know that pumpkin sales are going to increase in October. We knew that was going to happen, but way back in January, when we were all at that Super Bowl party together in Reno, we talked about what we were going to do about that, what we were going to do to increase retention. So we have, Michelle working specifically. At 2 months, every member gets a touchdown. We have the member welcome hangout your first weekend. We'll come back to you a month later if you haven't been in there. Andy has been working on setting up a path of automated touches in the CRM, so that we're going to really, really work on that first year retention rate. We want to increase that more than anything else. I want to increase that more than anything else that we're focused on, because having those first year members go from 36% retention in 2016 to 50% retention in 2020, that would have an enormous impact on the party, especially if you look at the donor list. I'm going to jump ahead a little bit.
All right, I think we need to extend time. Is there any objection to extending time? Was that an objection?
How many minutes?
10. All right, focus in.
And so I'm going to jump ahead just quickly to revenue and where we are, and I talked about this a little bit, and I'm going to rush a little bit to get through here, but if you look at where revenue is right now, revenue is actually ahead of 2001, and that is a critical number because 2001 to 2000, going back 20 years, those were some big numbers in terms of membership. I do want to talk about one thing that's really important when we talk about the membership number 2000. The membership number 2000 is an artificial number. The LNC at that point in time paid for memberships. And we talked about being $100,000 in the black. I could take that $100,000 and buy 400,000 memberships right now and give them out, and we would increase membership enormously. That's what happened in 2000. These numbers that we have right now, these are enormous organic membership that we have generated. And it's a very good sign of the growth of the party. It is unlike other growths in the past, especially if you look at the, I have the 20-year chart here. I don't have the 20-year chart here, but it's important that we know that this period of growth that's happening right now is very unique, and we have to put a lot of effort into this retention right now. Jess and Michelle have been very focused on membership. There's been a synergy between Jess and the campaign that has been very valuable. At all the Jorgensen events that Jess has gone to, she has been actively recruiting, handing out cards, PREs for the Libertarian Party. That has been turning into a lot of memberships and hopefully people that we're keeping a long time. As we saw in 2016, the number of people that come in their presidential campaign is enormous. They are going to be the mass of the party for the foreseeable future. They're going to be the largest individual mass of the party. The class of 2020 is going to be enormous, and it's going to drive a lot of things. It's important that we put a lot of effort into the retention, but also in that retention to touch them and say, you came in from all these different sources. This is what the Libertarian Party looks like. These are the things that we want to be showing you. We had a great quarter for technology. University of the Libertarian Party is online. We are waiting for content. We talked about putting on treasurer's course online. Other things that will become available. The past IT committee was in charge of it. Going forward, we're going to have some people who want to commit to owning the content of ULP, figuring out how it works. But it is, those of you who've ever taken a class in Blackboard or any of the other distance learning programs, everything that we do there, we can do in ULP. Quizzes, certifications, everything you want to do. So we can do real distance learning online. We converted the LNC to G Suite, which is, I think, a big win. For those of you who saw, when the staff were online, they came in actually through your portal. If you were to log in with your LP account and go to your calendar, you would see the meeting is in there. You could click on it and it would be online in this meeting. We completed the hybrid convention. Project Porcupine is something I think is critical to the future of the party. And I hope that we can talk to Mr. Ferreira, and I put in your GitHub, I should say, I meant to say open source, but moving it into a project that we start working on now so that it can run to state conventions in the next year. And by 2022, when we have a larger national convention, we'll have at least a year of testing under our belts. I think that's a really good plan for us to work for going towards some technology. Our plan to move off of Razor's Edge by 2021. We talked about it. It's going to have to be reviewed. There's certainly some issues there in terms of what we are.
I'm sorry, you're reading it.
Okay.
They've all had it, they've read it.
Fair enough. A couple things I want to point out. Summary of the elections. we had the canvassing team out in the field before COVID hit. There were some questions as to whether or not that was a success, and just read that and talked about that briefly. But one of the things that came out of it is that we recruited a lot of really good people. Mario's no longer in the room, but the young man who's walking around with Apollo came in through that program. So by reaching out at that point in time, we are recruiting professionals who come and exposed to us, and I think they do a great job of bringing people into, bringing professionals into the party. We had in the new LPTV show last week, Libertarian, Libertarios Españolos. For those of you who didn't see it, I think it's going to be really important. And in summary, COVID-19 is still a huge impact on us. That being said, the fact that we had this amazing quarter, this amazing year in this environment is a testament to the fact that we're doing a lot of things right. The team is humming at this point in time. We are very efficient. Tara talked briefly about we've been using agile methodology. We're breaking in slowly, but as of next week, actually, we're going to start doing talking about blockers and burn downs, and I really feel like we are moving along at a very efficient rate. And so with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions or comments?
Can somebody else run the microphone for me? I saw Mr. Colbert.
So you're talking about member retention. Have we analyzed? Have we analyzed? Have we? No.
Okay. I'm just going to start talking. There we go. Have we analyzed the retention of our enrollment by state? And if not, or if yes, do we know why people may come into the party and then keep their enrollment as a Libertarian but stop being a member of the national organization?
We don't have specific state-by-state knowledge, although I could break it out that way, and that's a very good idea. Since I have the basic queries, I can break it out by state. In terms of retention for why people wanted to stay with us, we're starting to gather that data now. Part of what had been the member portal, people talk about, the new questions that are coming in, what's important to you in the CRM. We're going to do more on tracking that. And the other thing about it is asking people why they leave as well. We haven't been doing that in the past. And one of the interesting things is that although membership has drastically increased, loss per month is constant. I would like to see that go down as we start addressing that, because membership changes in two ways. One, we increase the number of two members, we can slow the hemorrhage of people who are leaving. And we're not doing a great focus on that right now, but we intend to.
Mr. Phillips.
Dan, we talked before about working with the states and their membership and maybe some combined membership drives, things like that. Have you had any more thoughts on that, worked on any more progress on that?
So we did actually set up a combined membership with Colorado. And so I don't not remember the URL off the top of my head, but we would like to do that with all the states. And as you read in the chair's report, bring back UMP is something that is very valuable. And that's one of the things that the CRM does particularly well, is that it's one-stop shopping. Okay, we can have the donors come in that place, their information gets entered into the same database, and as a result, we can do the same sort of data analysis and present it to both the national targeting, national understanding of who these people are, and give that analysis to the states as well. And so as we start to do more segmentation, ask more of these questions about, why are you joining the party? What are the most important issues, stuff like that. We'll be able to do a lot more both on the state side, and it's not just touches that's important that we're going to increase here. It's the lack of touches as well. Because a lot of times we send solicitations to people that we shouldn't be sending them. Second Amendment rights, big issue for us, but there are some people that for whatever reason, that's not their jam. They can tell us that. We should stop sending them the thing saying, hey, why don't you give money because we're about to fight for this. There are other clients that I can point to in the platform, I'm not going to name them, but you know where I am. We can be smarter about our communications.
A comment then a question. In the appendix to my latest second sitting, I also said about porcupine. That was my recommendation in my appendix, that is I think, the future, so I'm volunteering you. But my question is, are we ready to start considering UNP again?
Absolutely. So we know the mechanics of it. The question is now just willingness. I mean, we have it in Colorado. It is online. Now, the question.
I have thoughts on that, but in general, so what I'm asking though, what immediately went through my head, if this is something we're ready to really start considering, do you think it would be a good idea for there to be an LNC exploratory committee set up to work with you and the chair to try to figure out how we can do this? Because affiliates have been asking me forever to get this rolling.
We understand the technology. The political ramifications, I will leave to the LNC.
So that's a kind of a yes?
But in terms of technology, we can roll it out tomorrow.
Right, so an LNC committee to deal with the other stuff, and we might be right for that.
Absolutely.
One of the tasks assigned to the advisory committee.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Time has expired. There's 2 questions still. Are they like questions you can talk offline, or do you want to extend that?
I don't think, talk first. I was gonna add, call for it today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fishman. All right, one correction. I thanked Mr. Phillips for helping secure a billionaire. I was incorrect on that, but he did help secure a millionaire. So apologies for giving you too much credit. But Chair would entertain a motion to move to executive session with Mr. Pizzell and his deputy to discuss political strategy, followed for like 15 minutes, followed by an executive session to discuss pending and potential litigation for about 15 minutes, followed by lunch until 1:30. And we are having, you don't need to eat it, but we are having pizzas delivered.
It's here.
And it's here. So maybe we'll just bring it in now.
I would recommend going into executive session after you grab your pizzas.
Okay, so we'll do that. And then of course, if you want to go out, we can go out. So that's the motion.
What are the topics?
First one will be for political strategy, and the second one for pending and potential litigation. Yes.
May I suggest that perhaps we take a 5-minute recess, get the food in?
We'll do it, okay.
All that stuff.
5 minutes and all that stuff.
We'll give you the implication
I can't hear you.
we'll give you the implication for rising into executive session after.
I don't understand the question.
What if we did executive session, like had a lunch break and then did executive session?
I guess that's up to the body, but it seems.
That's just to let people know what time we're back.
No, I'm saying, why would we be able to have executive session after lunch, like a dedicated lunch break to that?
We could do that.
I can hear.
His question is, why don't we just adjourn for lunch and then when we come back, go into executive session? And I said we could do that.
Let's do that.
Let's do that. Yeah.
I second that.
Yeah.
Just one lunch?
We're eating it here.
Let's have
But let's have a dedicated.
Doesn't
break.
matter where you eat at. Have a lunch break for people.
I think the main reason to do it the way I described it is out of courtesy to our guests, so they know what time they're supposed to be back here when we're back.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, we're still gonna have a time certain.
Yeah, regardless.
No, because the executive session.
It's not the rise in the.
All right, so I made a motion. Is there a second?
That's the one.
Yeah, so it's recess to get lunch, executive session 1, executive session 2, done till 1:30. All right, any objection? So moved. Where's the pizza?
So for people on the live stream, I'm halting the live stream. It will start after the executive sessions.
We are proceeding to regional reports. I have been asked the question, why are regional reports
reports here rather than at the end of the agenda, which has been the practice of the last term, because the practice of the last term was in violation of the policy manual. If you would like regional reports to be placed in a different location, you will have to amend the policy manual. Fully did. But here's where we're at on regional reports. You've also, or at least most of you, have submitted a regional report if you represent a region. I put 10 minutes on the agenda. It's certainly not against the rules to say you stand on your written report and welcome any questions, or if you want to highlight one or two things. And people have already caught on that one of my first experiences as a staff member reporting to a board was beginning to read a written report and being cut off and said, we've all read it. Let's get to the point. Let's talk about like how we help your state. What are the implications? What are the directions we want to go? With that, exciting to learn about all the things going on in the states. We'll start with Region 1, Mr. Lucci.
We have a written report. I'm just going to touch on a couple of items. Number one, this was a miscommunication. I didn't realize I was supposed to do this. I thought Mr. Wynn was going to. So this is incomplete, and I anticipate adding some of the missing states later on.
So you have a lot of states in your region.
We have one or two, yes, 12. So anyway, I think things are going pretty much as well as can be expected in most of the states that I've contacted. So I'm just going to let people read the report. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask.
Any comments or questions for Mr. Lucchini? Mr. Lucchini, I hear you had a lawsuit in New Mexico. What was that all about?
Oh, you want to hear about that?
Yeah.
Gosh, I really don't like talking about that at all. I will try to not go into the weeds if I only have 10 minutes. Short version is we needed a ballot access candidate, which is a statewide, race in order to maintain ballot access.
Oh, wow, okay, you really want me to be really loud then? Okay, we went out and recruited. We literally downloaded the entire membership of the bar and cyberstalked them to figure out which ones were libertarians and knocked on their doors. We had one person who didn't run away screaming, who's our candidate for the appellate court position. We picked that because it's far enough down the ballot that hopefully people are tired and make a mistake and vote for our candidate. We didn't get to him in time to do the normal petition signatures to get him on the ballot, so we had to run him as a write-in candidate. In the future, when I'm no longer state chair, there's a trick in New Mexico, running two candidates. In that case, you only need one vote to advance the general election. If you are opposed, you need the same as your signature requirements, 230. We put out a mailing. We got 1,600 total primary, Libertarian primary votes. Curtis did not make the number. By the time the dust settled, we had 204, and we need 230. However, my county clerk had advised me that she had made an error, which she had corrected, that had not counted any write-in votes on absentee ballots. And then talking to the Secretary of State's office, made them aware of this. They didn't care. Give us $3.5 million for a recount. And long and short of it, we ended up in federal court. Chris Wiest represented us, or did the bulk of the work. And we won big. The judge basically said that her the Secretary of State's and county clerk's actions amounted to voter suppression. Unfortunately, he didn't use the word fraud, but I was really looking for that. And she volunteered on a Sunday to pay all of our legal costs, right? This is her effort to not have a meeting, a court hearing on Monday, where we believe we would have gotten her in a perjury trap. But anyway, it's been settled. My understanding is Secretary of State is committed to paying the amount, which is close to $30,000 in fees, and our candidate's on the ballot. And we got a little bit of positive press off of it. We did a little bit of fundraising off it. We raised about $1,000 across the nation, actually, from pissed off libertarians. I think that's the only way to get them to open the wallet. It's going to be very angry. So, yeah, this now makes the
third lawsuit in a row that the Secretary of State has lost against libertarians in New Mexico. I don't know if she's learned a lesson or not.
Keep it there. Comments and questions for Mr.
Mr. Hugh, let me run this for you.
That's all right, I can say it loud.
So the friendly faces at home.
So your state's been around for a little while, I think since what, 1940s? When are you gonna drop the new?
Well, you know, we'll follow New York's lead on that. How about that?
Other questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Lucchini.
Region 2, Mr. Nicalis. And we're gonna get the mic over to you.
Right, thank you. So for Region 2, I'll start with Florida. Florida, we have about roughly a dozen candidates on the ballot for this election season. We're already fielding candidates for 2021, 2022. We're getting a lot of interest from folks that are coming out to the party and signing up to be candidates for future elections, and that's where we're focusing. We've got about 3 dozen or so incumbent candidates. Most of those elections are due next year. We do have, I believe, 4 or 5 partisan races in Florida. 2 of those are county council. We have Osceola County, Marcos Marrero, and then Andre Class in Orange County. These are fantastic candidates. They have a really good chance of winning these partisan elections. Marcos and Andre together probably fundraised roughly $35,000, $40,000. So there's a lot of money in these races, and they could be a really big election, especially if Andre Class wins, since he's right in the I-4 corridor. It could definitely put a big scare in the old 2 parties. Let's see here, Joe Jorgensen's on our ballot, of course, and we've been working with the LNC Legal Counsel to clear up some state and federal election activity issues. We appreciate the help. We are working with our candidates to subsidize e-canvasser, hopefully promote e-canvasser across Florida with our candidates, and we're taking part in national. In Georgia, the Joe Jorgensen Caravan stopped in Atlanta, the LPGA funded event with over 200 people, and actually making an overflow venue to support that event, so that's fantastic. They did the Let Her Speak Caravan, executed folks all across the state, and also Chase Oliver is running in a special election for John Lewis's U.S. House seat. 5 Democrats, Independent, and a Libertarian are running in this opportunity election, so it's going to be a really exciting race. The election date for that is on September 29th, so it's coming up this month. They are also soliciting applications for paid executive directors, so that should be exciting. And they've also filed a motion for a summary judgment in a ballot access lawsuit, and they're due for response from the judge at 9/25. And for those who don't know, Georgia has ballot access laws that date back many, many, many years. They have never been hit by any candidate. So in state races, you actually have a petition requirement that's so egregious that it's never been hit before. It's very expensive. It is not open ballot access, and that is what that lawsuit is about. David, I'll let you talk a little bit about Tennessee.
All right, just kind of echoing some of the stuff that happened in the other states has happened in Tennessee as well. We got Joe and Spike on the ballot. Unfortunately, as an independent, because we're still not recognized as a Libertarian Party in Tennessee. We had 2 successful rallies for Joe there in Memphis and Nashville, around 400 people total between the 2 venues. Right now, now that that's off the menu, we've got them on the ballot. We are now focusing on our local races. We have a handful, probably 5 or 6. Running for their city councils, so we're focusing up on that coming up in November. And in other Tennessee news, our current chair has announced he is not running, so we've already had 2 people announce that they are going to be running for chair, so we'll at least have just a contested race there.
Yeah, when Josh sent me the message that 2 people are running for chair, he accidentally said 2 people running for LNC chair, and I said, what, they don't like us already? But it is LP Tennessee.
Are you one of those running for chair?
Yes, I am running for chair of Tennessee.
Thank you. And that concludes my report. Richard?
I'll come over and use mine, because I know we got a big computer.
So, my question is what does it take for Tennessee to become a recognized party, so that we can start registering there as Tennessee Libertarians?
Currently, the number, it's based off the previous gubernatorial election, and we had a non-incumbent race and a record turnout. So the number to be recognized as a party in Tennessee is 50, I believe it's 56,082?
83.
83. 56,083, I was close. But, so that's the number of signatures we have to reach. We have worked on 2 bills in the past to get that threshold lowered. The first time it was kicked to summer session and ultimately killed, and then it was also killed by attaching a fiscal note saying that it would cost money to have primaries for us, even though we would, A, don't hold primaries, and B, would piggyback anything that the other 2 parties do as far as primaries are concerned, but there's a way for them to attach a negative stigma on it. We're still working. It's been kind of hard working with any type of legislation there right now because of COVID, and there just hasn't been a lot of visitors allowed, so we're not able to get in there and lobby as much. But I mean, we're working it, but that number is fairly high for such a small state.
It's a small state, so as a follow-up, just out of curiosity, and I'm sorry, Tennessee,
That's where my family's from, so I really want to see libertarians like actually listed as libertarians on the ballot and stuff. That'd be huge. Obviously, you guys probably are not pursuing that right now. There's a lot of stuff going on as far as the signature requirement. If you were to pursue that signature requirement to become a recognized party, is that something that would have to happen in every gubernatorial election?
So yeah, that it's only good whenever that number is achieved, and that's the issue we ran into. So our last try, the number was 33,800 and some change, and we got up to like 17,000 on our own. But we found out in the middle, I mean that's right at the middle. We found out that it was only going to be good for a couple months, because as soon as we were under the impression that it was good for 4 years once attained, but it's only good for the 4 years between the governor election. So that's where we ran into the issue here.
Mr. Holman?
I was just gonna note that actually there was a court case the Greens did, and that's actually, it does give you 2 tries now.
Okay.
It will, whenever we do it, we get 2 tries. We get 2 tries. It's governor and then president, or president and governor, and we're out.
Okay.
That's a court case.
Tennessee's law is a challenge.
I broke it.
Right.
What do you know what I mean?
I'm just gonna note real quick, Tennessee's law is all jacked up because there's been a ton of court cases that are not reflected in the written law. So just reading the written law makes it's a completely different scheme than what's actually real. And it's so Tennessee has a very difficult time because what's actually in effect is a whole bunch of court rulings, not the written law.
Well, I will use you as a resource the next time we get into Gowan's office.
Maybe we could add another court. Other questions or comments? Thank you. Region 3, Mr. Nana and Mr. Hall.
All right, thank you. You guys have my written report. I will add a couple of things that have materialized since then. The Joe bus tour is going to be swinging out west to east this time, generally west to east. So the 26th of this month, they're going to be in Minneapolis. The 27th, they're going to be in Detroit, and then the big one, the Cleveland debate, the 29th. Obviously, they'll be in Cleveland. Also, September 19th, there's a Lexington sign wave, and big news out of Indiana, their gubernatorial candidate polled at 24% in the most recent polling done in that race that I've seen. And then I don't know if Jared has anything to add, but that's all for me.
No, I'm good. Any questions or comments for Region 3? Region 4, Mr. Hubin and Mr. Ferrara.
I don't like the fact that we moved up these reports. For a true procrastinator, that just makes more and more pressure. So. Anyway, yeah, I made my nice and sweet and short report. I will point out a couple of highlights in there. Of course, that's all there is a couple of highlights, but anyway. On candidates in California, a state of 40 million people, we should have several hundred. We're not there yet. I'd like to have that. We're working on it. However, we've got 3 partisan races for November with Jamie Blusack for State Senate District 9, James Just. Is that a great name for somebody running for office? James Just for State Assembly District 7, and our very own star child for State Assembly District 17. So those are our partisan ones. I'm really excited about, we've got about a dozen nonpartisan offices that we know of already. And with Orange County has 4 people running, and these are all winnable races. We've got 3 in Riverside County. I'm really excited about Bob Carwin in the city of Menifee. It's a city of 100,000. He is probably the overwhelming favorite. He has 1 opponent. Again, it's a nonpartisan race, but he's the current chair of the Planning Commission, and has already raised money and has a professional team working for him. So that'll be a big one if we go ahead, and we should pull that one off. Also, my wife Wendy is running for the City Council of Cal Mesa. Despite having the same last name as I do, she might actually have a chance of winning. So. And then the Spike Cohen bus tour. Let me tell you, every time I see this guy, I get more and more impressed. His way to connect to those people that show up, and we averaged in the 2 in Southern California at San Diego and Huntington Beach, right around 200 people showing up, and they were all there and asking questions, and Spike stays there and answers every last question in detail. Again, a great asset this party had. I didn't know much before he got picked, but I'm very impressed. And this has very little to do about, and I'm just going to make a comment. I looked up the official numbers on delegates that were in Orlando, I believe, and the secretary would have to tell me that at the most, how many delegates at one time did we have there at the most? Did we have 340 or is it 400?
What, in person?
In person. Counting alternates too.
I don't know that.
Anyway, it's over 300, and the point I want to say is this. When I talked to Sean Steele, who's way up there in the California Republican Party, I was going to ask him something about his wife's. She's the chair of the Orange County Board of Supervisors, who will connect notes on opening up again. And he told me, I'm back in Charlotte right now. And I said, oh, what are you doing back there? He says, I am one of the delegates. I said, I thought you guys were going to have an all virtual. He says, no, we're going to have 6 delegates from each of the 50 states. So I did the math quickly. They had 300. For the first time, our convention was larger than theirs. So let's look at that, guys. We pulled it off. Anyway, I'll entertain any questions right now about anything going on in California. And if my colleague here, Tim, would like to add anything too, he knows what's going on there. So, anything about California?
Mr. Hewitt, we'll do questions and comments. What color is the sky in Riverside County now?
Well, in San Francisco, it's really brilliant orange. It looks like Mars right now. There's Riverside County, depends on which way the wind's blowing that day, but we get some. Well, let's just say it's as bad as the smog ever was in the 70s. So there were a lot of fires there. I was going to make a comment, but I think it's in poor taste, but I'll make it anyway. We may only have one party in Oregon after these fires are done out there. So.
Those of you who haven't seen the videos on Mr. Hewitt's phone, driving through the fires in Riverside County, I would really recommend seeing them because they're pretty hair-raising.
Yeah, that's another cool thing. When my family or people ask for a report or something, well, my fire chief calls me up and says, "Hey, supervisor, you want to go look at the fire?" And so I go everywhere, and pretty soon I'm just driving through flames and stuff. It's really cool until we get burnt. But I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah, that's a week ago. Our sky was all brown from the smoke
Wish you guys in California would keep your smoke to yourself and not ship it across the state line. If we're gonna give you all our productive people moving away to Vegas to buying lower taxes, then you're gonna have to take everything with it, sorry.
That's payback for leaving the regions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hewitt. And I might have to reach out to you. I'm helping battle a number of your fund tax increases on the state and local ballots. So I might talk to you offline about some of those. Interestingly enough, in your county is the one jurisdiction with a tax decrease on the local ballot out of the 200 and some local. And that's Sure, certainly not acceptable. Region 5, Ms. Hogarth and or Mr. Glenn.
I don't have much to add to the written report. We have several ballot access challenge areas in Virginia, Pennsylvania, and they've managed to do it, so that's very exciting. And actually, a big help was the Jorgensen campaign making their first trip through that area where there were a lot of ballot access issues. I will say that either the largest or second largest, it's debatable. Jorgensen event from that first tour was in North Carolina, where we single-handedly made the payroll for the distillery that hosted us. So we had over 300 people, and it was fantastic. Joe tells me that in DC, the Jorgensen-Cohen ticket will be first on the ballot, so that's kind of fun. I haven't really looked at North Carolina's. I think it's randomized per voter. David, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I did. Just one thing. West Virginia joined a law, did an amicus brief on a lawsuit that does the same thing, randomizes, because it's usually the gubernatorial winning party that gets prioritized on every ballot. That was adjudicated successfully, and we're looking at getting that in this election. So,
So I'm happy to take questions.
Questions or comments?
I should say, I always, sorry. I was bragging a lot about North Carolina, but we had one Jorgensen event. West Virginia had two, and they were fantastic as well. They probably totaled over 300 together, so, yeah.
All right, thank you. Region 6, Mr. Phillips and or Mr. Buck.
I'm probably the only one that procrastinates as much as Jeff, and you should have gotten my report in your email this morning. So hopefully you read it. I will take questions. I do have a couple highlights. Obviously we knew about the Illinois lawsuit and we got all our candidates on the ballot. They promptly challenged almost every single candidate in the state, despite the fact that we had more candidates than we've ever had before. And we won. I want to say all, but we might have lost one or two of those simply for people who didn't have enough signatures. Bill Redpath won his, and they went after him hard. They didn't just challenge his signatures, they challenged his honesty and did all kinds of crazy things. And so he probably beat them pretty good. Other than that, the usual games, I know Laura is quite familiar with Nebraska's having a little issue with some ballot exclusion on their public access television channel. Matt could probably tell you a little bit more about what's going on in Wisconsin, but mostly they're prepping for 2021. If you've got any questions. Now, on a personal note, what's worked well for me, I've started a campaign in central Illinois that's just anything outside of Chicago is a wasted vote. And so Chicago's going to decide it for Biden, so you might as well vote for somebody else that might have a chance to make a difference in state politics. That seems to be going pretty well. And I formed a coalition with the, interestingly enough, Central Illinois Democratic Socialists, who have endorsed my state council campaign as a Libertarian.
Any questions for Comrade Phillips? Thank you. Region 7, Ms. Billy and or Ms. Abbott.
Okay, so just a couple points to supplement my written report. For Alabama, one of the things I failed to include in there was that they lost their challenge that had been ongoing related to accessing the voter registrar roles. Those are given to Republicans and Democrats, but only for no cost, but at a cost of $36,000 to the Libertarian Party. So they've been fighting that for a while, and they lost. However, I believe it was, well, yesterday was when I saw that they had appealed. So the Alabama affiliate has appealed that decision. I can send you, I can email out the link to the Ballot Access News article on it, if anyone is interested. In Texas, basically since the 21st of August, we've been dealing with Republicans trying to kick half of our candidates off the ballot. And we have successfully beaten them back multiple times. The author of the bill was a seated legislator, one of the authors of the bill. We have been able to defeat him and all of his groups with 4 different lawsuits since August 21st that went all the way up to the Supreme Court. There's a lawsuit that you guys may be familiar with that was filed last year by some candidates in Texas, some of our candidates, but not the party itself. Shortly after we got the victory in the Supreme Court last week, the court that was handling the an appeal in that case, which was specifically related to the filing fees, basically removed a stay on the injunction that we got back in December on the filing fees. So now filing fees, there's an injunction on them, so it's all kind of retroactive. And in the meantime, yesterday, the Greens, who had 3 candidates kicked off 4 days before the Republicans sued us, are now trying to get their 3 back on in light of this new ruling, which creates a wrinkle for us as of this morning. So we are not out of the woods in Texas, but we're gonna keep fighting because we've been successful at it so far, and we certainly expect a lot of legislative challenges come January. In good news, Joe's rally, you guys have mentioned that, the bus tour, there were 2 stops in Texas. Between those 2 stops in Texas, we now have about 800 new records to add to our database of attendees and people who bought the tickets for that. New Orleans got 180, and Oklahoma City got approximately 180 as well, so that was, okay, yeah, I don't know why this is okay. Anyway, so the bus tour has been a success where I come from, so thank you.
Questions or comments for Ms. Billy or Ms. Abbott? Ms. Abbott?
Yeah, I just have a couple of things to add. Wendy's been a little bit tied up with this lawsuit, so there's been some things that I've been feeling that I kind of want to add. In Arkansas, we've got Whitney Harrington Jr. in a 2-way race against Tom Cotton, doing incredibly well, fundraising through the roof, polling really well. So throw some support there, or even just, send them a DM, let them know to keep going. It's amazing. Apollo?
There's also 2 Arkansas races that are Republicans against just 1 Democrat.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Libertarian against 1 Republican.
Against 1 Republican. So our races in Arkansas are shaping up to be pretty solid. In Oklahoma, we've got Todd Agobian running only against a Republican, no Democrat in that race for Corporation Commissioner, and actually running a real campaign, ads, billboards, campaign team, fundraising, the whole 9 yards. So we anticipate that both of those races will go really, really well. Hopefully we're not wrong.
Questions or comments? Thank you both. Region 8, Mr. Kovac.
All right. So I don't have anything major to add in addition to my report. I would note one error here is, as we talked about earlier, we're waiting on official notification from Connecticut for being on the ballot, which I misstated here. But beyond that, I don't have anything to add. Obviously, the states that ballot access in the future is predicated on presidential or other election results are focusing on that. And what we focused on in the period before was getting on the ballot.
Questions or comments for Mr. Cobra? Thank you. Mr. Mulvin, regionless on here, you did address it already in your vice chair report. Do you want to speak any further?
I have since been informed that Idaho is ready, wishes to communicate, so we're going to try to make that happen in the next couple of days. So. That's it.
Any questions or comments from regionless? All right, that concludes regional reports. Now proceed to committee reports. First one is advertising and publication review. Ms. Billion. It's up to her. I think she wants to do that.
So, the accuracy committee.
Okay, if you came up here, the people at home will be able to see you.
I have 2 sentences. The advertising, publication, and review committee consists of David Sexton, Stephen Nikala, myself, Whitney Billy, Karen Harlows, and Richard Longstrap. We don't have meetings because we communicate almost every single day, but our communications are confidential, so I have nothing else to report.
Any questions or comments for Ms. Billy? All right. The mic to this one. Next one is the audit committee. According to our policy manual, the audit committee consists of one non-officer LNC member, so basically any of you except for the 4 of us up here, and 2 non-LNC members, so 2 people not in this room. The purpose of the audit committee is to keep tabs on everything that's going on financially and making sure that we're in compliance with GAAP and other federal and state regulations. And actually the selection of these members is the non-officer LNC members. So actually not only are the 4 of us up here not eligible, we're not even eligible to vote on the selection of the person. So, so now we're ready to populate that. And actually the way it's set up, we haven't gotten applications for this, so we can really just do the 1 LNC member, right? All right. So we'll open up for nominations for the audit committee. Ms. Adams.
Please nominate Mr. Bowen.
Ms. Adams nominates Mr. Bowen, who's conveniently not here.
Second.
Does anybody know whether Mr. Bowen would accept or decline this nomination?
I think we spoke about it before, it's that, the prior committee.
Mr. Bowen stands nominated. Mr. Papaton with the, yes.
I have also not, sir.
Okay, good to know. Other nominations? Is there any objection to closing nominations? Seeing none, nominations are closed. Is there any objection to the nomination or the naming of Mr. Bowen to the audit committee? Seeing none, congratulations, Mr. Bowen.
It's an okay thing, this meeting, you get a job. Don't go backward.
And if we could make arrangements to solicit applications for the remaining seats. All right. Next item up is the awards committee, which again, according to our policy manual, consists of the following. 5 members, including up to 2 non-LNC members. So it can be 3 LNC members, 4 LNC members, or 5 LNC members. And then it's selected by the LNC as a whole with the following caveat. Each cycle should strive, which I will read as not required, but encouraged, to keep at least 2 members of the past awards committee. So, who were does anybody know the previous members?
Dr. Lark, Is the red path on there?
Mr.
Hagan.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh, were you on that too? All right.
I'm ready to report when you're.
Oh, I'm sorry, why don't we start with, why don't we do that first and then we'll do the population, so, Mr. Hagan.
As a report for the outgoing awards committee, we're planned on doing the presentation at the convention after the LNC elections. As everybody know, that last day we just ran out of time. So now the plan is to do a presentation to the awardees, probably on LPTV. We'll talk about maybe after election, do it in November. And previously, we had already announced the inductees to the Hall of Liberty was Carl Hess and Governor Harry Johnson. And if you saw Dr. Lark is chair of the committee. And if you read his report, you'll see that the awardee recipients for the Benjamin Franklin Candidate Award, which was for local candidates, was Kara Schultz. Make sure we left. Patrick Henry Candidate Award, which is for state and federal candidates, went to Bethany Baldus and Laura Epke. Congratulations. Samuel Adams Activist Award went to Evan McMahon and Aaron Starr. Thomas Payne Communicator Award went to Larry Sharp. And Thomas Jefferson Leadership Award went to Ken Holman and Emily Salvett. And we also have a live article come out too in the LP News and possibly the website.
Yes. All of them.
Questions or comments?
Yeah.
Questions or comments, Mr.
Mine wasn't permitted at it. Rich Bowen sent me a message and just said, thank everybody here.
Accepting?
Huh?
Accepting or declining?
He accepted and he wanted to say, he wants to accept it.
Good.
Thank you.
Questions or comments for Mr.
I have a question. Do you know of anybody who's currently on the committee that would like to serve in the next committee? Since that is the next topic du jour.
Finally get to take applications too. I think I'd be willing to serve again.
Do you know if any of your other members, if they expressed any interest?
They haven't, but I haven't asked them or talked to them. I know Dr. Lark has served many times on it, so it may be very interested.
I don't really know the proper way to do this, but I'd like to inquire if Daniel Hayes would like to serve again. Because if he would, I would be nominating him. I think he feels probably pretty bad about everything that happened with convention, and I would like to.
He told me a couple of weeks ago he stepped back from everything else.
Yeah, but I know Dan. So I'm gonna inquire with him. I didn't know if you knew if he would be willing.
Yeah,
He's asking right now.
What he's asking if I can. It's not gonna be happening.
I guess, if there's no objection, Wes, for the current awards committee be involved in doing the presentation.
No objection.
Okay. And the next committee will be working for doing the awards for the next convention, so there's no rush. We have to get that done immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Hagan. So now proceeding with the population of the next committee, what I would propose is that we fill the 3 LNC seats and then we open applications for the other 2. So with that, I'll open up nominations for the 3 seats. Mr. Nana.
I'll nominate Mr. Smith.
Okay, do you accept? Yeah. Mr. Nana nominates Mr. Smith.
Sure.
Phillips.
Yeah, going with his indication earlier, I would nominate Mr. Hagan.
Mr. Hagan, do you accept?
Yes.
Mr. Phillips nominates Mr. Hagan.
My word. Did we skip on purpose the affiliates of marketing?
It's not on the agenda.
Oh, it's the one no.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Next. Nominations for the awards committee. All right, Ms. Epke. Yes. Okay, Ms. Epke nominates Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, do you accept?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else? There's a motion to close nominations. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Hewitt. Is there objection to closing nominations? Nominations stand closed. There are 3 spots and 3 nominees. Is there objection to taking those 3 as the members of the awards committee? Seeing none, congratulations.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Dr. Lark submitted 2 reports that you said you heard with the Region 5 report when he was Region 5, which was the International Representative Report and Kansas Organizing. How are we going to handle that?
Okay, why don't we talk about on that rather than taking it right now. Next item is convention oversight. I have it as Mr. Molman, but I also know Ms. Ryan is in the room. So, Ken, do you want to defer to her or do you want to?
Yes, please.
Okay. Ms. Ryan.
Do you need to project from there to here?
Pardon?
Do you need to project to the screen?
No, I think everyone received the committee's report. And then they will receive a report directly from me as the chairman. There are some things that I would like to clarify. I had served on the committee in 2016, 2014, 2016, 2018, and 2020. Because of problems of a personal nature, I had to discontinue my seat for the 2018 convention. But I came back and served on that committee. And there are a couple of things that I want to say to add to the report. I want to thank Tara for her indispensable help for our premier events. Her help, along with Aaron Adams, made those events shine, especially with the short notice of the venue. I want to thank our former chairman, Nicholas Sarwart, for the work that was working hard to ensure the online portion of the convention, especially for the election of our presidential and vice presidential candidates. His insistence on preparing for a virtual event made this sitting of the convention go much smoother than it otherwise would have, and also a steadfast stand that we could and should negotiate a better contract made it much more favorable, the contract that we have. When the LNC changed direction and decided not to have the in-person portion of the convention, Nick Sarwart withheld his vote long enough for Robert Krause, Aaron Adams, and myself to ask the LNC to wait until we had a chance to renew the contract, review the contract, and we asked for the moon. And because of Aaron Adams and myself and Robert Krause, we were able to get the moon. Our net profits from the convention activities was over $53,000. Our fundraising was $26,000. That's in the report. Total party fundraising, not counting the convention, was $58,000. And those numbers were done by Alicia, and she does a fantastic job. If you have any questions, you can ask me or her. I do want to go over a case of the how everything happened, because our report really doesn't say what happened and how I ended up to be chairman. The truth of the matter is, Mr. Hayes was asked to plan an online version of the convention when the pandemic first happened, and he refused to do so. And in fact, the COC did not want to do that, said that was part of what the office should do and that we should have no part of it. Because of that, I think that the online portion of the first seating went poorly. We were given enough heads up that we should have been able to do that. We did not. Then the next step was Mr. Sarwar asked Mr. Hayes to negotiate a better contract. Now, we have to remember that we lost the contract, we lost the hotel in Austin, and Mr. Hayes found Shingle Creek for us. And the original bid on that was $109 per room night. After Mr. Hayes finished negotiating some of the stuff, that room rate went to $129. After Robert and I, Mr. Sarwar removed the LNC chairman and put me in charge, Robert and I negotiated the contract back to $109 room night, which was significant, plus less expense, liability to our party. Then we lost Shingle Creek, and the committee worked very hard to get that Shingle Creek back, to get our convention from Shingle Creek to the Rosen Center. There was another negotiation that LNC had decided that they wanted to pull the plug, but again, as I said, we negotiated with the Rosen Center people and got a room rate of $89. So that was substantial on our part, as well as other perks. We did lose some fundraising. The report seems to indicate that we lost the fundraising after the online portion of the event was promised. But the truth of the matter is we lost a lot of support when the coronavirus came up. And if you look back, we lost a lot of our support, had to refund a lot of money because we moved from Austin to the East Coast. So we lost very few after the announcement that we would have an online portion of that. I have been asked to talk about a little bit about the money that was refunded. There were a lot of people that left their money in. Those people attended online. A lot of them attended online. And if we do an online portion, I would encourage the LNC to consider a convenience fee. It is not free to provide this. And so I think that we definitely need to figure out a way to recoup that money. And there's no such thing as free lunch. So, and the last thing was, we had a couple of major donors withdraw. One of them, Big Daddy Hayes himself, withdrew all of his money. So that hurt us a lot. A couple of major donors. You will receive my written report as the chairman later this week. I would like to point out that the convention committee had 90 days to prepare this, and we have come in 30 days early. So I will take questions.
Questions or comments? Mr. Nikhil.
Could you repeat the profits from convention, fundraising? Could you go down that list one more time for me?
Okay, it should be in the written report that you have already got, but let me see if I can find it on my list here. The convention itself brought in $53,000 over what it expended.
So it's net profit.
That's net profit. The gala brought in $26,000, and with other party fundraising, LP store, and a few other things, I sold ribbons, for instance, and we sold cookies, which brought in more money, and that total was $56,000, I think.
56,000 in other revenue?
Yes.
Okay.
And
So
so-
our net was about 130.
And that, a lot of that is revenue we wouldn't have had we not had the in-person event and we would have had to return more money. So I think that it was a wise decision. We had no reported COVID cases that could be traced back to our convention. And most of the people thought that the convention was the protections were good and not extreme. One other thing is on our post-convention survey that wasn't mentioned in this is that a lot of people are still analog and they would like a pocket schedule so that they can find things on the fly. So I would encourage us to at least provide that for our members.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I know Eric Ross is a member at large, but I know this has been said many times before. I want to express my thanks. There has been no convention committee that has ever been asked to prepare 3 conventions. And the fact that you did, and the fact that it was a success, not only in its existence, but also the fact that there was no traceable corona outbreak, and the protections were put in place, I want to say thank you for all of your hard work and everybody that was involved.
I would like to thank the committee because they really, everybody had a job and everybody did it. And that's what made this committee work.
I don't want to rehash old crap because it's awful, but as far as I'm aware, the only thing I had an issue with what you had said was, as far as I'm aware, the committee was never actually asked to do an electronic convention. The LNC never asked the committee to do so. The COC is a committee of the LNC. It is not a committee of the chair. I don't remember the chair even asking the committee on any meeting that we came to. And so I just want to make sure.
The chair just asked Dan Mays directly to report that, and he did come to a committee meeting, and he did say that we were asked to report, to consider that, and he rejected it.
I was also in a meeting at the committee. I went on and asked for contingency plan.
Yes, I do remember the contingency
On
plan.
9 different days.
But that was for round 2, if I remember correctly. Round 1 specifically, there was already stuff in motion from the office side of it before anybody ever came to us. And at that point, and I tried to help on both sides of it. And the issue for me was there was no way that once the ball was rolling in one direction, you're going to stop and try to change everything. It won't work. I guess my point is that committees, and I think it's important, the lesson in all of it is that committees respond to this body, right? At least how we're organized, we roll up to the LNC. And so if we don't like that, we can change that, I think.
It was originally that we served at the pleasure of the chair.
But see, that's the thing, the policy manual even then did not. The chair of the committee served at the pleasure of the chair. You could say that based on interpretation. The chair of the committee is appointed by the chair of the party, and then they can rescind their own decision. But technically, even revoking someone's outline, that's only a Roberts shenanigan. So the point being that the committee itself as an organization, while individual members may be appointed by certain means, that all committees eventually roll up to this body, and that this body ultimately is responsible to the delegates, right? So the organizational chart above us is the convention. And so convention, LNC, the chair does have some authority to act as the LNC because the policy manual grants that. But like I said, my only concern about it is the understanding that committees don't live under the chair. They live under this body here. That's all.
I've raised this before, that I think our bylaws and our policy manual tell too many people they're in charge of
this project. And it results in crosswires and confusion. And I think Mr. Mullen and I have discussed this before, and it's actually an area of agreement that we have. And what I might posit is that you and I work together to try to find a fix there for that. Because I don't like seeing rival committee reports, which is what we're all getting right now. And, from two factions of the committee and inability to work together and staff and committee not working together and all of that. So, I'd like to avoid that in the future. And I don't want to lose sight of the fact that in the end, we made it work. And we made it work in a safe way. We made it work in a responsible way. And it was real, unlike the fake Democratic and Republican connections. Ours actually mattered and did stuff. And it's something we should all be proud of, whichever side, whichever view you had in the raucous stuff leading up to it.
I'd like to say that this is not a rival report, that I agree with the convention committee report in its whole. I think it was a little self-serving and a little bitter, but that has to do with the fact that the committee suffered a lot of criticism the last 4 months. I was just adding some detail that was not included.
Mr. Now.
I'm gonna pass this for the second time. Is that? Oh, sorry. Pass it.
Thank you, and is this on? Now, no. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna word this carefully. I think the committee did a fantastic job, yourself included. I'm very grateful for all the work that was done. And I'm not gonna follow that by a but, because you know what they say, after a but, that everything you said before doesn't mean anything, and I do sincerely mean that. The one thing I do want to say though, I do think Mr. Hayes was given a little bit of a short shrift, and I'm not happy with that, but I'll just sing his praises rather than expecting anyone else to do it. I thought Daniel Hayes did a fantastic job and deserves credit along with the rest of the committee. And I will just respectfully disagree with some of the characterizations that were made of Mr. Hayes.
I only reported facts, and he is praised throughout the report, if you read the report. He did a fantastic job.
Is that?
So as a member of the COC, who I think had a very good working relationship with our chair, I also disagree with many of the statements that were made. I believe that facts as they were told to one do not necessarily equate to facts. And I'm going to push back that there were factions within the committee. This committee, just like any other committee, is going to have disagreements and did. But at the end of the day, we were one unit and we were not several factions. That is a mischaracterization. I think that it's sad that at a time that we should be looking forward and looking to find unity and growth, an opportunity is being taken to really besmirch someone instead of just focusing on progress and moving forward.
I would remind you to look at the last part of that convention report and see what it does to make SAR work.
I don't think either side or either individual presenting either report is acting appropriately or professionally in the way that they are besmirching others at this point. The report should have been, this was the convention, this was the profit, this was the loss, and all of the personal attacks should have been left out of both reports, period.
Time has expired on this item. Thank you very much. Is there a motion to extend time?
No.
Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Thank you, Ms. Adams. Thank you to everybody who served on the committee. Next item is employment policy and compensation, Mr. Longstreth.
That was a really long walk to say that myself, Aaron Adams, and Steve are populated on the committee. We all appreciate your confidence in that. But the nature of our committee is largely confidential, and we don't have anything to report at this point.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Longstreth, who is frantically running away from the mic?
Got me out from here.
Saying none, thank you. We already heard from ballot access, and then historic preservation is Harlan. You want to do chair first or last?
Last, I suppose. That's a motion I spent in the report. Alrighty, let me just pull this up. This one always sneaks up on me. 1 second, I got way too much on my screen here. There's just a few things again, because it is a new term where I normally would just say, here's my report, thank you, goodbye. I'd like to highlight a few things, as some of the newer members might not know necessarily what is going on with that. There's been a very, it's been a very extensive project. We're probably, I had estimated it's a 5-year project, and we're now, what, 2 or 3 years into it, and I might have underestimated it a little bit. COVID has affected this committee just like any others. And all of the past years, the committee has been at absolutely zero cost to the LNC because we fundraised all of our own budget. So far, that has not happened this year, but I'm committed to the rest of the year to attempt to do that. But again, COVID has really put a crimp, I think, in everyone's style. My very first motion when I was on the LNC as Region 1 representative, oddly enough, was to fix Elpedia. And here we are, so I'm pretty happy about that. Elpedia now, we are getting media inquiries regularly. People are using that as a resource regularly. I'd like to repeat a challenge I did to the regional representatives here that I did on the list. Some of the state affiliates information is very woefully out of date. And then now that media knows about Elpedia as a resource and is using it, it can be now a source of embarrassment if the affiliates aren't up to date. And members do go to look to see who, you know, it's a very accessible resource. So I would ask each of the regionals to please take a look and encourage your states. This is a wiki, which means the committee doesn't fill out all the information. We just administer it. It's a community source project. Though some states are doing fantastic, such as California, New York, and Colorado. This finally just came up here so I can look and see if there's anything else that I needed to add. But it's going well. I need volunteers. If you come across volunteers that can't seem to be plugged in anywhere else, they either, you know, they have weird hours. LPD is perfect because you can do it at home and you can do it in your underwear and you can do it at 3 o'clock in the morning. And there's not that many volunteer efforts that you can do to do that. And anyone who's even remotely interested in wikis or in history, they do find it very, very fulfilling. So please send them my way. I could put 100 people to work tomorrow. There's literally been thousands of hours already put into this. I'm just scanning through here to see if there's anything else that I needed to add. Yeah, right now there's 4,473 articles on there. I think when we took it over, there was 100 and something, and 28 gigabytes of spam, which was fun. Yep, I think that's about it. It's shaping up. It's very much technical issues that, you know, unless somebody has any questions, I don't want to bore you with some of the back end things. But we have more records scanned now than people to actually put it in. I have hard drives and hard drives of records that need volunteers to actually put it up in a coherent manner. So I desperately need volunteers. All of our minutes are linked here. Our email list, just like the LNC list, is public. All of our meetings are public. We strive to be completely transparent. And now that it is a new term, the historical committee does need to be reconstituted, and the LNC involvement with setting up the historical committee is that the LNC appoints the chair, and then the chair solicits applications to appoint the rest of the committee. I have chaired this committee the past 2 terms. The records are in my backyard, which makes it a logical choice.
Literally, right?
Not literally, well, ask my husband, some of it literally is in my basement, but the storage facility is in Parker, which is right up the road. So I am seeking another term as chair and would be grateful if I received that appointment from the LNC. The committee that we have right now is fantastic. Some of the people we have, we couldn't pay for. That the technical knowledge that they have, and each of those committee members do wish to serve again, and if I am reappointed as chair, I would then reappoint them we have 2 vacancies, and I would be seeking applications for those 2 vacancies. So, yeah, that's it for the report, and the request that I have is we do need to appoint a chair, and I would ask that I be considered for that position, and I will answer any questions.
Questions or comments? Mr. Longstreth and Mr. Hagan.
So I'm just gonna be loud. Is the committee trying to make a motion right now to appoint the next chair?
It's on the, well, yes, I suppose so, and I'll just make it, since I did do on behalf of the committee, and the committee actually would like me to serve again as chair, so, I would move that the LNC reappoints, myself as chair of the Historical Preservation Committee.
I'll rule that out of order. We've got to go through the Roberts process.
Oh, we do, okay, well, thank you.
It was worth a try.
It was worth a try.
Your report, you mentioned something about having additional remote backups. I was just curious, how big of a drive or how big are the files that we have?
We're very paranoid. Here's our backup system. I have backups at my house, which is 4 terabytes, I think. And then we also have other hard drives in a safety deposit box. Then we have ones on a Google Drive, and then we have volunteers who are volunteering space for us, so it's in like 3 different places. It's extremely, yeah, it's extremely redundant. And for the record, as I say, each time, anyone who wants a copy of this archive, you send me a hard drive, I'll copy everything for you. We want this to get promulgated out in the wild, kind of like the way the New Testament was spread, so that it can't be in any one person's hands and be lost. So any party member, anyone here who wants these records, send me a hard drive, I'll copy it for you.
4 terabytes.
4 terabytes.
How indexed are these? So say somebody wanted this document from 1975 and this document from 1983 and, you know, the annual stuff between these years. Like, are we in a position where like one of the members of the committee can go, you know, knows what box to go to and where and fulfill those requests easily, or is that still kind of a goal we're working towards?
80-20. It depends on what kind of records you're talking about. When we got the records, I like to give the example. This is literally how I got it. Like, one of the boxes said Sam's desk, and somebody literally took a desk and just went into a box. But there were some really interesting, like, drawings of Bob Marble horns on that was in that desk. So some of the records were very, very organized, others weren't. So in prioritizing the records, I'm interested in everything. There could have been, you know, a used t-shirt from David Nolan on there, and I would have been very thrilled with it, but we figured most members would not be that interested. So I prioritized organizing things of more general interest, such as all the LP news, all the Liberty Pledge, newsletters, and things like that. So those sorts of things I can get my hands on immediately. But if you're looking for more obscure reports, that's the 20% that's not done yet, that's not organized yet.
I am lucky to have acquired tons of videos, like video cassette tapes and audio cassette tapes that have your name all over them.
Oh, yes.
I just gotta figure out how to get them to you, since I was going to do that at our convention in Austin. That clearly didn't work out, so I had to figure out how to get them to you, but I'm assuming you do want those, like.
Yes.
Public access television videos,
everything. Speaking of videos, Ms. DeSisto has almost 300 VHS that we had, which is good because they're really at the end of their lifespan. That will be used for the anniversary. The historical committee, if it is passed that we're going to have the shindig, expects to work very closely with Ms. DeSisto in providing historical documents for that. So to that end, we've already started working on that.
With the body's consent, all over here.
All right, without objection. Mr. Pizarro.
I save, much to I'm sure Mr. Fishman's excitement, I save all of my emails and all of my stuff for this. Do you want me to send them?
Yes. The answer is always yes. If you want to say yes.
Thank you. Ms. Harlow's actually did provide a substantial portion of video, VHS. We are in the process of digitizing them. Hopefully by the end of September, we will have those complete. Ms. Billio, I would welcome any VHS or video that you have so that we can keep all the archives consistent as we build the video images that we want to show for the 50 years of freedom event.
Thank you, Ms. Sisto. Mr. Ferrera, then Ms. Adams.
Sorry, was my, that had $100 in my hand, wanted to make sure that went to the historical.
You should get that, I mean.
How could I get that?
I could kiss you.
Well, no.
Well, you give me $200 if I don't. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do I see three?
So I just wanted to say, I know that our chair was asking about how long it took to get things. Many of you remember the framed high-res copy of the SOP that we auctioned off at the convention. We asked Ms. Harlow's for that document and had it within about 24 hours so that we could send it to the printer and have that ready. The committee is very, very quick to respond. So if there are specific things that you're looking for, please, please, please reach out to them. They get back to you really quickly. They really, really do.
Mr. Phillips.
My question is actually for you, Mr. Chair, because the people beside me don't know the answer. What is the, since we cannot nominate her, and you said we have to follow Robert's process, what is the Robert's process?
Someone here.
Oh, somebody here has to. Then I nominate Karen Ann Harlows to chair the.
So we're now moving to open nominations for the chair of the Historical Preservation Committee. Mr. Phillips nominates Ms.
Point of
Harlow.
order. This is on the agenda. I'm sorry, we're going to follow Robert's rules. We've accepted motions out of committee before, so either that's allowed and the motion was made, or this is on the agenda. We can't do this right now. And we need to amend it.
It's within the agenda of the Historical Preservation Committee report. Under Roberts, committees cannot pick their own chair when our policy manual says the LNC picks the chair.
That's fine. That means that it's not, then I would argue as a point of order, this is not on our agenda, and this is out.
Okay. I will find your point of order not open, and that it is in order to choose the chair of the Historical Preservation Committee.
I'm not going to play this game, but we all know I'm right.
If I could interject one more technical thing, one of the things that they're doing.
We are in the middle. Mr. Phillips is nominated. Ms. Harlows, Ms. Harlows, do you accept?
Of course.
All right. Is there any other nominations? Saying none. Is there any objection to the closing of nominations? All right, nominations are closed. Is there objection to Ms. Harlows being named chair of the Historical Preservation Committee for this term? Saying none, congratulations.
Thank you. Well, listen, there's no shame in my game. So anyone else who would like to help me raise our budget this year, it does go to a very, very good cause and we squeeze every single penny out of it. And it will be going towards helping the shindig next year. So I really, even if you have just $5, I would love it. So come see me, please.
Thank you, Ms. Harlow. 1 minute to spare. Next item is unfinished business. Next item is
Unfinished business and items postponed from the previous meeting. Mr. DeKayla has 15 minutes on learning management systems, which we didn't get to at our last meeting, and he was very gracious and allowed us to postpone it to this meeting, and so I hope we can all give him attention for this presentation.
All right, thank you everybody for indulging me. I want to talk briefly about the idea of an LMS or learning management system and how we could possibly use that in the party. When you go to a Starbucks in Seattle or Miami or out of the country, you're going to have a consistent experience every time. Why? How? Corporations, hospitals, different organizations use learning management systems to create a consistent learning and onboarding experience for their people. And that's something that's been an endemic problem in the Libertarian Party, not just at the national level, but at the state level as well. And I think one way we can tackle this issue is by actually adopting a learning management system to help our onboarding process. I know that Dan had mentioned the Blackboard, or our version of Blackboard, teaching and things like that. I think it's a great step in the right direction. But the party desperately needs standards of operation, policy manuals, things like that for different functions of the party. I think this could be a great tool to adopt for candidates as well, different kinds of trainings for county treasurers, campaign managers, et cetera, et cetera. So what a learning management software system does is you can put on courses, material, different videos and different guides and things like that in order to teach folks coming on onboarding. That's what we use in our companies and Wendy's and Dairy Queen and other places. And I think that's something that we desperately need here. I know we spoke on the Affiliate Support Committee last term about doing something like that. I know Dan, you guys were working on something at one point, but it looks like that's no longer in the we're no longer doing it, right? We're not, IT's no longer working on Google for LMS.
So we have put up the LearnPress site, which is WordPress technology, consistent with CRM and our other platforms. There are 3 mock courses up there. The Run for Office is the best one. It is available now. We need people to provide content for it, but it's a solid system. There are 4 big learning platforms. Blackboard is one we're familiar with, but LearnPress is growing in popularity. I think it's a very strong platform to be used immediately.
Excellent. So there's an option, but I know we were talking about it previously. It looks like something was rolling. Candidate Support Committee was also working on similar learning management software. If we can bundle it all together, do something with it. I know that the committees and things are up in the air right now, so I don't know how I want to approach it, but I want to bring that yet to the body. And then the chair, the LNC, to consider if this is something worth our time, which I think it is, to work on rolling out in some way. It could be a service to the affiliates as well. Because I'll tell you right now, the Libertarian Party of Florida actually created a startup guide for county affiliates, and we shared it with Georgia. And Georgia called up their affiliate support person and said, hey, you know that guide we're working on? Yeah, just scrap it, we're gonna use Florida's, and just make it our own. And we actually took our guide and started from North Carolina. So it's been this process of sharing and refining with the different affiliates and creating guides and different things to help jumpstart our affiliates and get us in the same level. We've got 50 state affiliates, all trying to do the same thing in different ways. If we can standardize processes, how to file FEC reports, how to start a county affiliate, how to make sure, there's so many different levels and different layers to it, but having a centralized program to bring all that into, that's something really important that we need as an organization, especially as we grow. And the largest problem is that when you have different folks in an organization, you have turnover every election. And so when you get somebody new, because last person got voted out, or they moved to a different state, or they got killed in a freak hot air balloon accident, then you want to have somebody or some way to onboard them as effectively as possible. So I think this could be a huge way to have a service to the affiliates. Just want to put it out there, how we approach that to the body and perhaps the chair. I just wanted to bring it out there. I think this is something that we're in desperate need of, and we'd love to see the party throw some resources at it. Any questions?
Questions or comments? Mr. Mullins?
I just want to say I support this 100%. If there's one thing that I have seen state parties not do so well. It is institutional knowledge sharing. They're in doing things with the CRM project and also in my advisory when I actually talk to various states. You learn these little tricks, little things that each state is doing. It's like, man, that's a really good idea. Like, everybody should be doing that. And if we aggregate that data together and then turn it into a training module and teach people how to do things better, some of the issues we're having with the CRM are no different, right? It is the same sort of thing where some training, we have videos, but they're hidden away in some back corner somewhere, not on a training system. So having it where we go take CRM user 101 and learn how to get in would be huge. And I think and I know we talked about this last term, people did, and I know some other committees were very excited about the idea as well. So I do think it's a worthwhile investment. I think it's something that we need somebody to own it. And I'm calling not in. So
I'd be happy to work on it as much as my technical abilities would allow.
I try to help you with the tech side, but I can't manage. I'm overwhelmed already. But yeah, I'd love to see it happen very much.
Just to follow up Mr. Bowman's sentiments, some of that is a project that Steve knows we were working with on these affiliates work committee, knowing that we may be facing some structural changes in committees. If that committee is repopulated, then I would suggest that that committee takes ownership of it and continues on the process, because we've already collected a significant amount of data for it.
Other questions or comments? Mr. London?
I'm very excited to hear about this. This is great, because one of the things we're discovering in West Virginia is we're having to reinvent the wheel when it comes to building affiliates, because we don't have actually any local affiliates right now. So this is very exciting for us, and even if this doesn't go anywhere, we're going to definitely reach out to you guys about the affiliate sports.
So yeah, absolutely. We've got tons of content for anybody out there who's looking for guides for county treasurers, for affiliate startups, things like that. Email me at chair@lpf.org. We have a lot of proprietary stuff we can send you and share with your friends. It's all LP. But yeah, no, I think this is a really important step to institutionalizing the party and creating consistency across the affiliates. We're always struggling to reinvent the wheel. Some states already have the processes down. Some states are still always learning and struggling. And if we can get a consistent program going on and learning management software, that'd be it's awesome.
If you have any manuals of the life, you know what I.
Absolutely.
Mr. Hewitt. Stephen, so you did corporate world, right? You're a manager over franchise.
Right, yeah, we're franchisees for Wendy's Dairy Queen.
Wendy's, right, and stuff like that, yeah. So you've seen this type of system put in place and seen those underperforming franchises actually benefit from it?
Yeah, without any, when you have a new store, we actually opened a new store in one in North Carolina, and we spend weeks training, preparing the crew, making sure people do the videos. We have a system, a learning management system that's proprietary with our own trainings and guides. You want to put somebody on the grill and you want consistency, you put them on the grill, you put them on videos, you go through the quiz, you put them out there, you train them. And that way you go to any one of my stores, you're going to see consistency. You're going to see things done the same cookie cutter way. And that's how all major food brands do it. That's why you can have a store in Timbuktu and Key West, Florida, and have that consistency. And the stores that encourage training always outperform the stores that don't use any kind of training that's inconsistent.
And so it works for not only startups, like we're starting a county affiliate or whatever, but also for turnover in existing structures.
Correct. So you have somebody new, you put them on a training regimen, and you get them up to speed so that you have, I think, 150% turnover in the fast food and QSR industry. So we need these systems in order to train new people constantly, and managers and all the,
So we as a company want to work a little bit more like the private corporate system than like government. Is that?
Exactly.
I like that.
Anyone else? Mr. Hall, how do we get this rolling?
certainly work within the framework of how we're reestablishing the LNC and the committees. I could speak with Joe about that. Okay.
That's one that's gonna be across a lot of different things in the party, so it's not gonna really be like an IT committee.
Okay, fine.
It's gonna be the
Yes, that's my point though, is that it's so cross so many things, it may need to be its own thing, its own initiative. Absolutely.
Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Thank you, Mr. McHale.
Thank you, guys.
Next item is scheduling of future meetings. Mr. Longstreth.
So what occurred as we were getting ready for this meeting is we had several suggestions that were put out to us as far as meeting locations and that sort of thing. In front of all of your seats coming back from our long break, you should have had something put in front of your desk that kind of outlines what we were outlined to, based on Joe's talking with staff, collating donor data, all that good stuff. I'm going to be honest that I had some issues with this looking at it. I believe that most of those issues have been resolved. The question is we can either do one meeting at a time, but that means that every time we meet, we've got to decide when and where our next meeting is and all that stuff. Or we can go ahead and plan out our next 2 years as far as meetings and just know where they're going to be, giving staff lots of time to find the best hotel deals and all that good stuff, as well as create some excitement for donors and that sort of thing. So with that in mind, I think I'd like to have discussion potentially on this before I make a motion, but I do have a motion prepared if that's the route that we go. So
Why don't you discuss what your motion would be?
want me to move it basically?
Without making, like, talk through your.
Okay, so what my motion is going to be is basically to accept most of the recommendations. So that would have Region 4 in December 2020, Region 8 in March of 2021, Region 3 in June 2021, Region 1 for the 50th celebration in September of 2021, Region 2 in December of 2021, Region 7 in March or April of 2022, and then Region 1 again for the National Convention in 2022. That leaves out Region 5 as a whole. However, hearing the report from Ms. DeSisto earlier today, there is a cherished holiday event that could occur, and our chair so happens to live in Region 5 in the DC area. So this is an option that I think we could maybe hit every.
This year, next. Well, that's perfect, at the same time.
Do you want to do it one this year, Mr. Chair?
Region 6 right now.
Yeah, right.
I was just foreshadowing 20 to 21.
So that essentially is going to be the motion that I propose. What this accomplishes is it allows us to hit every single region this 2-year term, which is something that I don't think any LNC term has ever done, to my knowledge. I could be wrong on that. And some of these places we've not visited since it looks like the oldest date on here is 1993, so it is long overdue. So with that, before I make a motion, I'll go ahead and pass the mic to anybody who wants to talk.
Let's get questions or comments on what people think about this. Mr. Nana.
So this is a super good idea. I have not talked about this with Mr. Longstreth, but I've had this exact same idea with other people. I think that it would set a wonderful precedent if we rolled through all the regions and, passed on the information to the next LNC that this is a great idea. Let's make sure that we go to all these different places. We're always going to be in a certain place for the convention, so that knocks out one region. And then, we can cater our other stuff around these other events we want to have. But I'm going to have a hard time voting against this schedule. This is really solid.
Mr. Valente.
Yeah, the only thing I would suggest on this one is to set a date for the December one. And the reason why I'm going to make the point of set the date is September 30th, the PPP funds run out. Airlines are going to lay off a ton of people, and those prices are gonna start going back up. So when we get the date certain, then we can book early and get a good rate on this funds. So that's the only suggestion I'll make for this motion.
So what I would propose is we would dispense with this motion, and if it were to pass, the very next order of business would be to pick the date, right? For that next, like a specific date in December. Ms. Harlow.
Actually, it's to the point of information. Is this agenda item also going to encompass setting when our monthly meetings are going to be? Because I thought it was, but then when I saw what was being proposed,
It wasn't. My recollection is we picked a recurring day of the month, although I don't remember what it was. But we have, that's a good one. Why don't we do this first?
Yes.
And then we'll do that.
Actually, if I could recommend one amendment, would be December of 2021. I would actually restore it to DC metropolitan area because we were all elected in Orlando, which is Region 2, and then we could actually have all 8 regions covered. I don't know if that would be something that you're open to thinking about.
We weren't hours, we were only hours of the night.
In Orlando?
Yeah.
Oh, that's true, because that, yeah, the regional reps, my apologies.
Ms. Evans.
So one amendment that I would make is that I have 2 amendments.
To propose December, if we could bump that date to the 12th. I think I'd like to see the December date, December 2020 in Riverside or in California, maybe shoot for the 12th of December. The only other change I would propose is June 2021. I would move that we change the location to Columbus, Ohio instead of Detroit or Chicago.
I'm not gonna oppose that.
The only thing I will say is that we might consider getting love to a state, not Ohio. I know we haven't had a meeting in Ohio specifically with the LNC, but we had a convention there in 2014. And the platform committee also went to Columbus. So I'm not gonna say no to Columbus.
I'm assuming Mr. Longstreth is furiously writing a motion. Mr. Hagan, then Mr. Hall.
There is another one, yes, aren't there?
My question is, how will we select the other dates other than the December? For example, I will not be available the first weekend of June. Some of the chair would want us to send him what dates we would not be available, or if the secretary would set up some kind of a program for us to enter that information in.
I mean, we can plan this as detailed as we want to plan it. So let's see how far we can get before people are like, we plan far enough. So.
I just wanted to say, while I agree with what Richard's put in, because I think it's a really good idea, maybe we should, instead of specifically saying, for instance, on the June 2021, saying it's going to be in Detroit, this is where my head was with it. Why don't we say, yes, we're going to do these, give staff a couple of weeks, get some bids back, because, for instance, we're talking about Columbus, right down the road, Cincinnati, which also has an international airport that has a ton of direct flights, which is the main thing is direct flights, right, guys? Everybody agree, right? Everybody loves the 6 layovers. Right, so my point is that perhaps, other than the upcoming immediate, right, the December one, if we just say this is the region, the area we want it, let the staff come back with some bids maybe? Because it could be that there's, somebody said something about Detroit's really expensive or something, I thought I saw on the list or something. But I don't know why. It seems like it must be fees or something, but the point being that maybe we can get some competitive bids, that's all.
All right, Mr. Longstreth.
I'd like to make a motion.
What is your motion?
I'll go on.
Did you write it? Thank you for the secretary.
I don't want this back. I want it.
Here, you can let me keep it.
Oh, great, fantastic. All right, so. So I'm going to move that we set our December 2020 meeting for December 12th in Riverside, California. And that our March 2021 meeting is in Region 8 with a preference in Boston or New York, depending on what staff can discover for us. That our June 2021 meeting occurs in Ohio, whether that be Cleveland or Columbus. Let staff kind of fill that out and figure out where to go from there. That our September 21 meeting would be in Denver to celebrate our 50th anniversary. That our December 2021 meeting would be in Atlanta or somewhere else in Region 2, depending on the best deal that staff could find. That our March 2022 location would be in Region 7. Again, letting staff find the best opportunity in Region 7. And that we continue, and we really don't have a say over this, but that our 8th meeting would occur in Sparks, Nevada during the convention.
Mr. Longstreth has made that motion. Mr. Molman has seconded it. Is there objection? You want to say something?
I just want to point out that he called it the March meeting and the March meeting, and it actually is March/April.
Can you give us a little flexibility on that?
I just want to make sure.
If we want to be more flexible, I call it March specific. I would be open to amending if we want to do it that way.
I just want
Yeah, my thought of proposing it that way was every third month, basically, so 3, 6, 9, 12, keep it simple, but I'm open to amending.
What may happen then is we just may not be able to find dates in March that we're going to ask to change it to April, but we can do that later. All right, any objection? Are you objecting?
It's kind of, maybe, if
If yes or no.
okay, yes, I'm gonna object.
All right, Mr. Nana objects.
All right, I hate to do this.
State your objection.
My objection is, I don't know whether or not the actual 50th anniversary is the month you said, because I didn't catch what month you said. Is the actual 50th anniversary of the party the month that you stated for Denver?
Like December.
What was the question?
It's actually December.
December, well then,
December.
whatever.
I think the year
Would like
celebration.
to amend, have our meeting in December in Colorado.
It's an outside event in December in Colorado. Let that sink in.
You know, I like celebrating the actual anniversary.
Do you withdraw your objection?
I absolutely.
All right. Is there objection? Are you objecting? All right, Mr. Smith objects. State your.
The December 12th day, I can't make it, so. For the next meeting,
Can we put it as December blank and we'll deal with that?
can it be the 5th or the next?
I would like to,
The 5th would be fine.
so for the purpose of getting this first motion passed, if it is agreeable with everybody in this room, because there's no such thing as a friendly amendment, I would propose that maybe I meant to say December 2020, and then we as a group can discuss the specific date.
Then I would have no objection.
Without objection, that amendment is adopted. All right. Is there objection to Mr. Longstreth's motion? Without objection. The next order, go on our own. The next order of business then is picking the date of December. Somebody have a motion? Mr. Longstreth moved December 12th. I think that's where we started, and people want to do amendments.
I move that we get a noodle poll out tonight. Set the date.
Is there objection to sending out a doodle poll to finalize the date of December?
No problem.
Without objection. Given that we gave those 2 location options, I'm going to have staff explore both and check back. And then we'll pick Riverside.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion that Riverside specific.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, we can, that's what it is. My office. And your office. All right. Ms. Roberts.
Would now be appropriate.
Let me make sure that, all right, is there anything else other than our regular recurring meeting?
Just a quick point of information about the Riverside prices. Mr. Kraus reports that we have bids from the Orange County Airport already at $139.
Orange County is not in Riverside County.
Yes, it's near Riverside. That is the point of information.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
All right. What do you got?
That's the other agenda.
Yeah, that would be all over there. Ms. Roberts.
Did you have one in mind? Did I make a motion?
I don't remember what it was.
Sundays.
I thought it was the second Sunday of every month.
That's what was said, but I,
Okay.
well, that's what I'm gonna move, and we'll see what
All
everyone.
right, good.
So, I would make a motion that our regular monthly meeting, excluding the ones that we're meeting in person, would be the second Sunday of the month at 9 PM Eastern.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Epke, is there objection? Are you
Yes,
objecting?
you're gonna lose me every single monthly meeting because I work at 10 PM Sunday nights. So if you could push it back 1 hour earlier, I'm probably fine.
Are you moving to amend?
What's that?
Motion
So you can put it back.
Yes, I would move to amend, it'd be 8 PM Eastern time on this
Mr. Knapp
second.
moves to amend to be 8 PM Eastern time. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Smith, is there objection? Without objection. Back to the main motion, which is to set the regular meeting exclusive of the in-person meetings for the second Sunday of each month at 8 PM Eastern. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this? Mr. Nicola.
Which?
Second Sunday.
Second Sunday.
Which one is that?
First. I make a move to amend to the first Sunday of the month.
Mr. Nicola moves to change it to the first Sunday of the month. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Same time?
I have, same time, I have weekly calls with my, first Sunday is reading round, second Sunday is, we do chairs, third Sundays are ECD, fourth Sunday is for officers. So I can have my vice chair cover for each of them. That'd be better for me. And, if it's no big deal, anybody else,
I'll second.
Is there a second? Is there objection to Mr. Nicola's amendment? There's no objection. Back to the main motion, which is to set the regular meeting exclusive of the in-person ones for the first Sunday of each month at 8 PM Eastern. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this? Is there any objection to the motion being adopted? Without objection. All right, we try to do that, Mr. Phillips. All right, now,
I would move to adjourn
until,
until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Mr. Phillips is going to adjourn until 9 AM tomorrow morning. Is there a second, seconded by Mr. Longstreth? Is there objection? You can't object. You can't object.
If I could be recognized for point.
What I would like to propose is that after I bang this gavel, everyone wait for a moment to hear information about tonight's events before you run out the door. And also, we're doing photos at a certain time, we're going to hear information about that. Don't immediately run off when I have to get. Any objection? Without objection, we stand adjourned until 9 AM tomorrow.
Matt Kowalski will be here at 5 o'clock to take pictures of the LNC.
Where?
Here, in this room.
Yes, Tara? And then you want to say anything? All right. Yeah, and he will take headshots for everybody who would like one. We have contracted a professional photographer for this. I'm going to end the live stream.
Dan, what time is the group picture?
The group picture, the photographer will arrive at 5 o'clock. He has the lights. I can't give you a specific time, but between 5 and 5:15, I would think. Let's say 5:15.
5:15, group picture.
5:15, group picture here. If you are not here at 5:15, we will have to draw you in using your high school yearbook photo.
Get out of the meeting, you don't have time to get ready, so let's move to the last meeting.
Last thing we have to say is tonight we're having a reception on the lobby floor, in the Woodlands room from 6 to 8 PM tonight. Heavy hors d'oeuvres, cocktails, all LNC and alternates are welcome to attend for free. Anyone not a member of the committee themselves, it's $75 an individual to attend, and we'd love to have you with us. And you know me, I throw a good party.
If you are a local and you need sponsorship and want to attend, I would be happy to buy your tickets since I don't need to buy one. Come and talk to me.
And then I also want to thank Senator Epke. She paid for pizza today.
Oh, nice. It's okay, right?
Chapter president next year.
These are those who make us
So,
you just made a report. So you asked the question.
you're watching. So what happened, the business things, we got them 5 weeks ago.
Well, he only delivers on what he wants to deliver on, that's the problem.
That's the nature of
We want to make some system.
That is, it's about organization.
So this guy's coming up from North Carolina.
Check this out.
Goes back from North Carolina all the way to New York City. No, we didn't know that.
I took my notes.
So, but we don't.
It is basically that's where we're going. Right, I don't know that I want to be in 6 minutes. That seems a lot more reasonable than 6. Yeah, and I'm fine. I think it's. The people are into my job title. So isn't this consulting? I was in Rachel's Edge. But
But I never got it.